It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation. Yes. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone. I'm such a big fan of that video. Welcome all, and I hope everyone is doing well and is looking forward to Day 6 of D&D with I&B Eberron Oracle of War. It is Part 6 of the Nightland, and it is August 28th, 2021, 7:35 p.m., and I hope everyone is looking forward to what we got on the docket for all of you lovely people. Before we get there, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, there we go. If you have not already done so, please consider following the channel. Check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube, where you can find past broadcasts of this and other streams. !ArvCord is our Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. And of course, !ArvTweets is my Twitter, where you can follow me on Twitter when I tweet things, including stuff about going live and so forth on this channel. Website for all of that is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff for this very group, Infinity and Beyond, and Adventures in Middle-earth, and soon to be Espergenesis stuff as well. I'm talking to him a little bit about it, Echo, yes. Exclamation point. So we've got that. Where was I? Oh, yes. Exclamation point Arv is the Patreon, which is 22 patrons, $197 per month. Looking to move that up again above 200 because the higher that number goes, the more, hello, Light and Passion, the higher that number goes, the more that we're able to do to support the channel and various things that it does, including my new, very exciting, low-profile wavearm, which allows me to hold my microphone in front of my face and not actually blocking half my monitor and all that kind of stuff. I'm very, very pleased with this new thing that I was able to get. I think it improves the stream, and that is something which all of you folks, with your generosity, have made possible. So thank you. And again, you can get cool stuff for yourself individually as well, including inspirations to help our players. Same thing if you subscribe to the channel, you can get those inspirations. Plus, you can get custom sub badges and emotes and things like that to use everywhere across Twitch. That is always appreciated. And again, inspirations to help the players as well. And on the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Again, very excited about the future of that whole series. And Exclamation Point Library is Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Athos and Alligator Alley are both working together on my Greyshade Kickstarter, Exclamation Point Greyshade KS. It is not going to be launching this Tuesday, but we will have announcements soon about when it's going to launch. Again, as I talked about, we wanted to make sure we didn't have the I's dotted and T's crossed to my satisfaction, and I want to make sure that we are in good position before we actually launch this thing. So that's the deal with that. And so we've got that. What's up, Nars Bars? So we've got that, and off by 3 sucks. Here's 5. Oh, hold on a second. Let me check. Is that... Yes. Oh, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, and welcome to the Patreon. I appreciate that. Let us redo that. There we go. That's awesome. Thank you, Nars. Thank you so much for sending us over 200. That's great. I appreciate that very much, and that entitles you to access to the Patreon newsletter and all that good stuff. So thank you, Nars Bars. Thank you very much. Let's see. Where was I? So, oh yes, Icarus Library, and then Greyshade KS, yes, and then as always, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important. Yes, for the film club, right, Echo? Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Now, quick note on schedule coming up. We've got this going on tonight. We will be off tomorrow and Monday. Tuesday will be our last day streaming of the month. That will be Adventures in Middle-earth. And then over on GOG, we will have our second session of D&D with GOG, Storm King's Thunder. So we will have that going on. And Storm King's Thunder. That's the force of habit. Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Thank you very much. And that will be on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, we will not be going, we will be dark on Wednesday. And we will also actually be encouraging everyone not just to not watch Twitch here, this channel, but not to watch any Twitch on Wednesday, September 1st, and to let people know on social media that you're doing that. This is an arranged, I guess you could call it a boycott, but it's really sort of an event to call attention to the need for much greater safety tools for streamers, especially from marginalized communities. There has been an increase in hate raids and things like that as of late. That is something that we want to stand in solidarity with on this channel and with this community. And so I encourage people not to do anything related to Twitch if you can on Wednesday. Thursday will be right back available, and obviously Friday I'll be back with streams, and Saturday and so forth. But at least on Wednesday that is the case. And yes, Echo, I talked to Shadowed Mage already. We spoke about this yesterday. I guess you had already gone to sleep, but we talked last night on Esper Genesis a little about that, because Wednesday was not going to be able to. We are supporting this move, and so not this Wednesday. So the Shadow Crew would then play on if they can, the 8th, and then I guess maybe the 22nd, because there were actually 5 Wednesdays in September this time. So you have an extra Wednesday to play with. So I don't think it's going to have too much of an impact, but yeah, thank you for understanding. But it's important, I think, for us to sort of take a stand there. So that's what we're looking at for our schedule as we move into the first month of fall. But today we've got a very cool Eberron session coming up. And so I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know that we are ready to go. And I will apologize as always for having interrupted them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to shift over to the Eberron crew, and you can see they are before you. They are here, they are prepared, they are ready.
People don't realize this, but when you use MP3, what you're basically doing is taking the audio quality out of the original file that you had, throwing away like 90% of it, and then crushing the 10% you have left to the tiniest, itsy bitsy little, and people think that stuff sounds great. And that's why the LPs are coming back, because that stuff is uncompressed audio, and also it's really nice to just literally carve the data out of your music with a needle on an LP, which some people think is what creates the warm sound in an LP, when in fact it's just your audio starts to sound like
the cavemen did.
You could also think of it as an ice cream scoop through your intestines. Wait, what?
That's that's an interesting way to produce music. No.
And with that sort of said, I mean, you never know what you're gonna get. The green room is like a box of chocolates. You just never know what you're gonna get.
There's no sense in the green room. There is no sense in the green room.
My pleasure to have the Eberron crew back with me. So we're gonna begin with Tren, and I'm very excited for this because we all have. I'm gonna show you the other side. We have these packages that we all received that Tren sent and swore us to secrecy and swore us also not to open these packages early. I assume everyone did that. And
this cast sponsored by No, it's not sponsored by
No, it is not.
To hell with them.
So it's sealed and it's closed and we are ready to go. And so Tren, do you want to set up like what this is? So first of all, hi, good to see you, Tren. Who are you playing and what the hell is this? Can we open this?
Yeah, go ahead and start opening.
Okay.
Damn it, I didn't get it all the way across.
So
Good job, Rob.
A long time back, when we first started playing this, we went into the Mournlands for the first time. And our very first encounter was a bunch of lizards who were made of shattered glass.
Wow.
Look at that. What?
Yes.
So,
you know what? I am
Oh my God, that is awesome. These are Light and Passion's dice.
Light and Passion? No wonder you didn't respond to any of my messages, man.
Sponsored.
My God.
These are so badass. And they literally were inspired by this campaign.
And I just dropped one. What's wrong with me?
Why don't you put it in the laundry, Rob? Maybe you'll find the shirt I sent you too. Hey-oh.
Oh my God!
Look
these
at
are gorgeous. These are amazing.
So, Arv's, Marie's, and Jen's and mine are the same. But John, if you will look at yours, they have a slight blue tint to them.
Hold up.
Yes.
Start the cast over. Hold up.
So that they look like Illyrian's eyes. Because his eyes have a blue tint.
Wow.
Rob's have a slightly purple hue to them because, well, look.
Wow.
These are so. This is amazing.
Awesome.
That is slick. All right, let's see here.
I also got mine. They're still in this little bag. And I guess because the plan was it would be so expensive for him to send them to everybody. From where he is. I said, just send them to me and I'll get everybody's addresses and send them out from here. It'll probably be cheap.
Wow.
And
I love the four-sided die, by the way. Even better. That is awesome.
And so he made a special, what he calls a chunk in D20 for me, which you can't really see it very well there, but it's got this big kind of crystalline shard in the middle of it.
First of all, Trent, thank you, dude. Thank you so much. And Light and Passion, man. This is the slate. Like, look, it's one thing to have fan art and fanfic. It's another thing to have freaking fan dice. All right, like that's what I'm talking about.
Way above.
That is so cool.
So mine have a 20 on this side, and on the natural one side it says "fuck." So
nice.
I think you need an ED there at the end of that, didn't you?
Yeah, kind of. So I'm going to put them into my dice bag I got for my birthday.
See, I'll tell you why these are cool. Not only are they cool because of what the concept that they came from, and because they just look awesome, but the lettering is really cool. Like the numbers. Oh man, super cool. Light and Passion. This is slick, man. Wizards, and when you tune in, and I know you are tuning in because you should be going to see one of the best campaigns that exists on Twitch. You should be hiring this person to do custom dice, for Wizards campaigns. Look at that. That's so awesome. Yeah, thank you so much to Tren, and thank you so much to Light and Passion. That's really cool.
Yes.
I had no idea at all. I had
Me too.
Zero idea.
No clue. Like, what is Tren sending me? Is this it's like you can feel the package. I'm like, I no clue.
Because you folded it over. I'm like, it could be a shirt. I mean, like, I guess.
Mine was tiny. It was like this big. Like there's no way it's just not a shirt in there. And I could feel it was something moving, but I thought it was like one item. This is awesome. This is amazing.
Awesome. Wow.
So make sure my cat doesn't get a hold of these.
Dude, Light and Passion, you got to put somewhere. You have a store or something, right? Obviously, you got to put a link.
Yeah.
You got to put a link to this so we can. You got to put a link to this, Light and Passion, so we can go check this out. Oh man, so cool! I'm like looking through.
It's amazing.
Oh,
I know they're gorgeous.
I have to make sure my wife doesn't steal these, as I know she's going to want to do. It's
oh my God.
Incredible.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
And you're right,
how many are there supposed to be?
7.
Yeah, 7.
Supposed to be 7.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right, we gotta go. We gotta play the game.
There's 7.
So,
7.
Okay,
Yay!
there's 7. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Rob, did you hear?
One ball.
Rob, did you hear what he told you that yours is specially tinted purple because of the
I
room?
know, dude.
And like,
I love you, man. This is so great.
oh my God.
Oh, you sneaky bastard. I love you. This is so, oh my God.
What's
these are
cool,
so
too is that my favorite set of my own
these are so
personal
cool.
dice are clear, like completely clear like this. So basically having two, you're not going to, I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but like having two things where you can see, there we go. Like that.
There you go. Stop.
One
Stop right
clear
there.
and
Yep.
one.
Yep.
Ah, that's so cool. Man, yeah,
Nice.
thank you, Light and Passion. That's great. I'm going to keep these out on my desk today. That's super cool. Awesome. This is, that's the kind
Light and
that's really
Passion.
neat. And
all transgressions are forgiven. Focus.
And Tren, like, you know.
And Tren, yes.
I mean,
well, I already knew Tren.
Thank
Tren was
you.
amazing.
yeah, thank you. That's really cool. Well, other than so
Focus.
Tren, when not preparing this awesome idea that you had with L&P, how else has life been with you, and who are you playing?
Shitty.
I'm sorry
You're
to hear
playing
that.
Shitty? That's the weird character name.
Yeah, well, it's pronounced SC8. No, no, just the air quality is absolute crap here today. I mean, I know that the rest of the United States has been dealing with a lot of the runoff from a lot of the fires for a while, and that we've been given a tremendously long reprieve from it, but it's catching up to us now. Oh no, that's sorry, I'm missing one of my dice. It's around here somewhere, but I can't find it. Anyway, yeah, who am I playing? I am playing a very easily distracted. I almost said little man. He's not that little. He's pretty average size. Named I almost said Weller. Wow.
Named guy.
A guy named person.
Right.
Someone wants to go back to the
know.
previous campaign, apparently.
Yeah, he was a lot of. I really
I
enjoyed
don't.
playing it. I enjoyed playing a psionic character who didn't have to say anything or move his fingers to cast any spells because no one knew it was happening. It was awesome. I loved it. And I got to wash a bunch of werewolves and it was great. That was a different campaign though, and a totally different world. Here in Eberron, I am playing Miatantin Tagashaw de Kenneth, the artificer of the group, who is still pretty short on bag space. It's one of his strongest laments. And you know, the fact that we went through so much effort to get this guy out of, you know, literally the bowels of the Colossus that we were just crawling through, and he was just immediately killed as soon as we came up, and none of us could do a damn thing about it. I am a bitter bitch about this. So
Those bastards.
Some motherfucker's gonna die. I'm just warning you.
Hey,
right
listen,
now.
You know
And
the
it
drill.
could
I don't
be
like
us.
I don't like these people any more than you do. I'm just
You're the one who
you know.
controls the universe.
No.
Let me get a chance in stopping that thing.
I circumstances work against you. And actually, when we start this, the first check is going to be whether or not you can even see where the shots came from, because they came from somewhere in the scrapyard. But in terms of like, this may have been set up ahead of time. You get the impression, but any case, but I am excited to see how they handle the Emerald Claw. And moving right up from Tren, we have, of course, someone with whom I think these dice actually kind of match a little bit, and that, of course, is Marie Bilodeau. Marie, it's good to see you, and yeah, I see the sparkle. I was going to say, like, it fits. It kind of fits. How are you, Marie? How's life in the universe with you, and who you're playing today?
I'm very good, thank you. Life is good. Had a good week. Made some salsa today with some of my sister-in-law's tomatoes, which she gently let me steal. And when I say made some salsa, I mean mostly Carrie and I chopped. It was great. So, and we have a crack in our foundation, which is exciting. We've never had such a thing happen. So
Exciting?
Experience.
Oh no.
Hey,
Can you fill it with salsa, or is it like
Krakens can be very exciting.
Maybe, yeah.
That's true.
Right? It's going to be good times. On the upside, we were not in love with our front garden, which is where the crack is. So we get a new chance to rediscover it and retool it once they've dug down. It's going to be good.
But they think they can fix it. It'll be okay eventually, they think?
Nobody's actually come to tell us, but I'm sure it is.
Oh, great. Oh, jeez.
We've
All right, well, I
got
hope so
this.
too.
Gorilla glue.
Yeah, I was going to say, or just like salsa, like just layer it in there, and I'm sure it works.
Tasty and practical. And today I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar bard, which is a fun. Kalishtar is very Eberron specific, so I get psychic powers. I can gossip with everyone mentally or sing to them soothingly, or it's wonderful. And I am sister to Jen's character, Nisiana. I self-adopted myself into her family, and I'm very excited to be here today. We went in a Colossus last time. We saw some bodies. We beat some people up. This is gonna be good.
Yep, it's gonna be good, and I look forward to seeing how you get to beat up people in turn, possibly, as Trent indicated as well. We will see, but always a pleasure to have Marie with us, and also a pleasure to have, of course, one Mr. John Helfers with us. It is good to see you, John. I'm also, I was going to say, I love the fact that yours were tinted red,
bluish tint, yeah,
blue tint. So right, because of the eyes.
Wait, what was everybody's color? I missed that part.
If you had to be gone.
Yeah.
Everybody's is normal except for yours and John's. John's are blue tinted for Ilarian's eyes. Yours are purple tinted because look around you.
Yes. I mean, I am what I roll.
Yeah.
But it is good to see John. John, how's life in the universe?
I don't roll on Shabbos.
Your area of the world, and who are you playing today?
Busy, just busy, but good. No complaints. And weather here is still decent. We got rained on yesterday. Got rained on some today, but I can't complain. Yes,
you could complain. You're just choosing not to.
No one would listen. I am playing the blue-white-eyed, 8-foot-tall, star-forged Ilarian, who is a warrior known as the Aegis, and hopefully he'll survive to reach second level. Would be a nice touch.
He has spent a lot of time taking some slings and arrows.
After that first couple battles, it's been painful. Yeah, not gonna lie, but no, it's been a lot of fun.
We all thought Strahd was going to kill us right off the bat. Little did we know Eberron was the thing that was really going to do us.
Eberron's the true horror. Yeah,
exactly. No, it's glad to be back, and can't wait to get into this and find out where those stupid arrows are coming from. And hope we fire some back. So yes,
absolutely, it is going to be exciting for that. Always a pleasure to have John with us, and also a pleasure to have not only Jennifer Brozick but her cat with us, who is hanging out with us.
One of them.
Well, I know. I'm just, yes. But this particular cat with us. Jen, it's good to see you. How has life been with you while not being weighed down by an awesome cat? And who are you playing today?
This is Pharaoh. He heard, I think, Trent's voice actually. Or John's voice, and went,
I need to rest here.
It's time for me to come and get in your arms because I'm allowed, because you're talking to the screen. This won't last long. He is 18 pounds and kind of heavy.
Yes.
Life has been a little bit interesting for the last couple of weeks. I mean, we did get rain yesterday, but we're back to being stupidly hot today. I've just passed the 2nd year anniversary of my father's death, so it's been a little bit difficult, but going through, still writing my Shadowrun novel, still getting really good reviews on Crimson Knight, the 3rd book in my Battletech series that just came out. And I think I just sold another anthology, if I understand an email that I just got like 10 minutes ago.
Congratulations.
Yay. Yay.
Hopefully.
I think so. I'm like, oh, well, okay, I'll have to deal with that. Okay, honey, I love you, but oh my God.
Stop talking, bro.
I love the dice, though I will say on the D20, my first roll was a 1, my second was a 3, and my third was a 1.
Good work, Light and Passion.
Getting
Check
out of the way
mail.
now.
Exactly. Getting him out of the way.
I will not be using these beautiful dice, and I will note that Marie and I have twinsies, so I love them.
Mm-hmm.
But I won't be using them tonight because they need to be broken in gently elsewhere, and not while we're being rained down upon by arrows. And speaking of which, I'm playing Nisiana Di Giarasco. She is a dragon-marked halfling from the House of Healing.
From the House of Mewing.
Yeah, and she is out of healing spells right now. She used them all down in the tunnel, so
I'm sure it's fine.
yeah.
I'm sure they didn't they didn't plan for that to happen at all. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, she can shoot
right.
an arrow, and the guy that just got murdered right in front of her is she's not particularly bloodthirsty, but she'll make an exception, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Since it was funny because last week, last time that we played 2 weeks ago, I think all of you had the same reaction as I was starting to describe Ebenezer, and you were all like, "Oh, okay, oh God," and then like he slides down, you're like, "God damn it!" And then one of you, I forget who it was, it might have been either you, Jen, or it might have been Trent, started to say something like, "What about the arrow in the guy? God damn it!" Like it was one of those things where immediately you saw like all the Law and Order episodes everyone's ever watched. You're like, this is where the betrayal happens. Like this is where the stuff. So yeah, it was funny, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I have no doubt that Nisiana will, with her fortitude, will her companions to victory over their wounds. I'm sure.
Or die trying.
Or die trying. And with that pleasant thought, let's move down to Rob and talk about our good friend Darkside.
I'm taking pictures of my dice. Get back to me later. Oh, there's no one else to talk to.
Who's got 7 dice? 7 dice, all 7. I can confirm, by the way, Rob, I have not dropped anything, and I also have 7. So I am pretty sure there are just 7. So I think you're
okay,
right.
I know what fell. The timing gave me a bit of a heart attack because, like I said, Light and Passion, these are absolutely gorgeous. And I would, knowing the way I keep track of stuff, which is really badly, and like I just lost a freaking charger for my camera the other day to the price of $70 that I got to replace now because I have no idea where it is, and as soon as I buy it, it'll show up because that's just how this shit works. But yeah, I wanted to make sure that I had all of them here. Thank you, Light and Passion. They're awesome. One of the power supplies under my desk, which I'm going to go underneath and reattach to my desk, does not want to stay attached to my desk because it is Velcro on glue, and the glue keeps not doing the glue thing because we're in the middle of the summer and heat is a thing. No one cares. Hi.
No, I'm taking pictures of my dice. Sorry.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I mean,
I'm about to tweet
Instagrams,
this.
so...
I'm tweeting this mother out is what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, you know what I was doing. We're all doing the same thing.
Yes.
Hello everyone. Darkside Rob. I am a man of many, wearing a coat of many colors. This coat of many colors. All right. Anyway, yes. So I stream on Twitch TV. Oh my God! Don't get me started on. I love that show so much.
I love that too. I agree.
I love it more now that I've done it. I didn't love it so much when I would just listen to it, and it was Donny Osmond doing showing off all the time.
Well, yeah.
As he do. Yeah. I'm Darkside Rob. I stream on Twitch TV occasionally when I'm not absolutely swamped with other work, because I also, in addition to doing that, I'm an audio producer, voice actor, music producer, video editor, photographer, videographer, and basically whatever else, allows me to order chicken tikka masala every now and then. And I had Indian food today, and I'm having Indian food tomorrow, and no one can stop me because it's delicious. Follow my stream and check me out tomorrow when I'm streaming some Axiom Verge 2, twitch.tv/DarksideRob. That's the first time I made that mistake in a while. RAHB. And I am playing Yana. That's her name. And her magical icicle piece of jewelry, spirit person, fox, water, kami thing. Altus, who allows her to be a Swift Strider Shaman. There, I got it. There, it's
What was that? I didn't quite.
Swift Strider Salmon.
It's the axe.
Sorry, I'm just.
Swift Strider Salmon.
Swift Strider Salmon.
Okay. All right.
Salmon, huh?
Strider
Shaman.
salmon.
That's an interesting change. I mean, I know the water thing, but that's really
Seashells by the seashore.
Uh,
You got it.
that's,
Let's play.
let's do it. I am literally there. We go. Yes, I found it. You're right. Thank you, Echo.
Swift stride shaman.
smoked salmon.
Smorgasbord.
Thank you.
Swiftly swimming salmon.
Yes.
Swiftly swimming smoked salmon. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good.
All right,
Yeah.
and this is good because you
Sassafras,
figuring that out,
sassafras,
gave me the
sassafras.
extra time that I needed to
Yes. Now you
the
do the
tweet.
recap so I can take pictures of my dice
um,
and post them to. My
I
picture
am-
will be better than yours, Arv.
I am unreasonably excited about this actually because I thought it
Why
was
do you think-
awesome when you first
yeah.
made them, and all this is like okay.
I'm gonna say this again while you finish taking these photos.
go. Got it.
Light and passion. I sent him a message on Discord.
I
The
remember
other
you
day.
told me
It was
this,
like,
yeah.
And no, this was just like 2 days ago where I was like, okay, seriously, how much do I have to pay you to make me a set of these dice? Like, what's the number? Give me the number.
And he was probably just like
That's awesome.
he was probably like I can't answer you.
I'm staring at the message and I'm like, why isn't he getting back to me? Did something happen? Is there a like, why is he? It's really selfish for him to keep these beautiful dice all to himself. Like, what?
So funny. Oh my god.
That's good stuff. Thanks to Rudnell as well. Thank you, Echo and Rudnell. Thank you,
Fantastic.
Rudnell,
Fantastic.
Johnny in the
And
spot.
Trent, thank
Good
you for
stuff.
doing this,
Yeah,
man.
thank you. I am super excited about that. Well, if that does not show you how awesome this campaign is, I'm about to show you how awesome it is now as we get into the
And
recap.
please tell me this
for
is
what
also
happened
like
last time.
opening at your Etsy store. Like, please tell me you're opening in a store where you're actually going to make these.
He said he's working on something like that at some point. Although I think
that's
everyone
so
has
cool.
come down on him like a ton of bricks. He's like, okay, fine, I'm going to do it. Jeez. So in our last session, the King's Citadel was in the process of trying to ingratiate itself to the fine people of Salvation, has managed to do several tasks. And one of those tasks was something that involved going to a scrapyard to get more information about some work that needed to be done there. There they met someone named Ebenezer who explained that they had been opening up this area for salvage. And this particular area, the scrapyard, which is basically somewhat north of Salvation, has an enormous, as you might expect, Colossus, now deactivated, which was part of the thing that the party thought was cool. And it turns out there was a tunnel that was being built underneath this Colossus with some mysterious group beneath it. And Ebenezer explained that his boss, whose name is Arulin Karnak, a local salvage broker, had wanted to make sure that he wanted to know what was inside the tunnel, and basically wanted the adventurers to investigate on her behalf. What the party ended up discovering through a little bit of careful insight was that in fact it was not accurate to say that they wanted them to do that. It was that Ebenezer wanted them to do that because Ebenezer did not trust Arulin Karnak. But that was not supposed to be for public consumption. He just didn't trust her, and perhaps for good reason, because when the party went down into the tunnel, what they discovered there were several rooms filled with strange looking things, in particular piles of bodies on which some strange experiments had been happening. And they managed to interrupt one such experiment in the following room by defeating a number of people who were, as we found out later on, cultists belonging to the Emerald Claw. Now, the Emerald Claw itself is a necromantic organization that practices forbidden arts and has been banned even in the nation of Karnath. But they are apparently working again from Karnath, and this tunnel actually led into the Grey, and presumably from the Grey over into the nation of Karnath. And the scientist who they found, which is the only one that they actually kept alive, explained that he was not one of them, but that he had been hired by members of the Emerald Claw, and that he didn't know who was doing this, except that the local organizer for it was someone in Salvation. So the party, after burning the dead bodies and leaving, I should also note that the bodies apparently were from people who had freely volunteered to do this, which was also rather troubling to the party. The party then ended up turning around and leaving, and when they exited the Colossus and back into the main scrapyard, they were looking at the, as it turned out, body of Ebenezer, who had just been shot by arrows. And while they were doing one of the what things, an arrow hit right through the neck of the scientist that they had captured, thus killing off someone else who could have given more details. And so as we pick things up again with the party is now looking around, seeing what happens. Now, we are going to go into initiative in just 1 second, but I'm going to give the party an opportunity first to be able to see if they can find where these shots are actually coming from. So I am going to ask everybody here, please, to make a perception check for me to see if they can find where these shots came from. And then we're going to do a little initiative rolling. So if I can get that roll from people, that would be lovely.
I think so, sir.
It is the plan. Echo has an inspiration at the ready. It may be needed, Echo. It may be needed.
Yeah, and the month, folks, use them when if you got them.
You said perception?
Yes, perception, please.
Apparently I was on advantage, but still.
Yeah, Nisiana, you see a scrapyard around you.
I do. I see a script.
There is a lot of scrap.
Natural 20.
Wow, okay.
And a non-natural 23.
Yep, I see that, and we're just waiting on...
I know. I'm
Let's go.
sorry. Sorry. Character sheet is like... Perception?
Yes, indeed.
That'd be a 12.
Okay. So, what this means is that Ilarion and Tanton are able to see where the people are in the scrap that exists. Now, here's the way that I'm going to do this. So the way I'm going to do this is those of you who did not get over a 16, so basically Merime, Nisiana, and Yana, the three of you are going to be surprised and not able to pick this out. Part of the problem is that these are very far away, because as I'm going to tell Larian and Tanton, these archers are 100 feet away from you and hidden in the scrap. So you are able to see them, Tanton and Ilarion, but not by a whole lot. I mean, they are clearly well hidden and had obviously positioned themselves ahead of time for this benefit. So Tanton and Ilarion, we're going to roll initiative. Tanton and Ilarion will be able to act on their, slot in the initiative order. The other three will not be able to act, and the next round will be up to normal. So I'm going to fire up the turn order here.
I'll be literally right back.
Combat music, and let us do it up with a little bit of... Give me some... Oh, let's go with some combat fight for the future. All right. So let's do it up. Initiative, please.
Clear the counter.
Oh.
And remember to touch yourself before you roll.
Can we do that on camera?
There we go. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Why did it not do?
Because he was resetting.
I was resetting
Oh.
at the same time. It's okay. I can take care of that.
Okay, well, it's not like I can go for a full turn.
You
so-
are on there now, Nisiana, with a 9.
Yes.
There's
thank you.
Mermaid. Okay.
Nice.
All right. Tanton with a 17. No much healing, not much healing.
I don't like your song. As the bard of the party, I'd like to tell you.
I was going to say,
your
that's not a good
sucks.
song.
It's not a good song.
That's
I'm
the song they're
sorry.
singing for the scrapyard. You can't see us, you can't see.
Yeah. Got no healing. What?
We set you up. We set you up. Okay. So I need initiative, please, from Yana and from one Mr. Ilarion, please. And what I mean by that is one Ilarion. They, them, Ilarion.
Of course.
That's, you were like, I'll be right back. And then this happened.
Jesus.
All right, let's see. Where are you, Ilarion? There you are.
Didn't-
It's okay.
You're
I
talking to someone.
added you. I should just keep it as the default 0. No, it's fine.
Is it the name? Or is it the name tag? Jesus.
That's
There.
you
No, I got-
click on
well,
your
You
icon.
got. That's fine. That's fine. I'll take the. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lord.
Okay. So we got the 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. All right. Lovely. All right. Just a moment here. appropriate, actually, that Tantin, who saw with a natural 20, will be the first one to be like, it's a dream. No, like, they're over the inside joke from our other campaign. Okay, just one moment while I get these marked off on my notepad. And Yana with the 4. Larian with the 2. Okay. Oh, maybe I should roll initiative for them. How's that sound? It might be a good idea.
No, it's fine.
It might be a good idea if they
There's
knew.
really, you know,
They already acted.
they have all the numbers ahead of me.
Right, it's just greater than Yana, right? it's just basically greater than Alarian is the...
written in incredibly small font on one side of the die.
Yeah. All right, let's see. So...
1 of 7, right?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Okay. Right. Okay, good. And that. All right. So... Okay. So... These are... Good. And that. Good, lovely. All right, we start out with Tantin. You are up first. So Tantin, you can see these two that are trying to duck down behind the scrapyard, which, as I said, is a significant distance away. I'm keeping us on cams only now because I don't have a map of this area. So they are about 100 feet away or so. The one thing you can tell now, even though you can see them, you can't see a lot of detail from where they are, especially because they're trying to be concealed, but they are roughly human to humanoid size. So these are not giants, nor are they small. They are apparently just sort of normal human or humanoid size. And you notice that they are not only trying to stay hidden, but one of them in particular seems to be moving quite quickly. Like you just caught sight of the one before they were like darted faster than you might normally expect. So human size, you don't know if they have human characteristics as of yet. And they're in the same rough area, basically, 2 different sides of that pile, but over in the same direction. So,
you know, upon it's almost like the kid from Spy Kids, where his goggles kind of
yeah,
and he spots where they are.
Yep.
But he just, as he's got his crossbow, and he just leans down to the arrow and whispers something and fires.
That's slick.
Because they are still within light crossbow range. And what he
are.
whispered was, "Found you." And so that arrow is going to be repeating that over and over and over.
Oh,
again.
that's nice. That's nice.
When it
Awesome.
slams into this dude's eye hole.
I thought you were going to say something like, "If ever you came from the foliage of the true king under the mountain, go now and speak." One. Yeah.
That's a little longer than 6 seconds, so I'm just going to go with found you.
Just race it through. No, found you is better.
17.
Okay, 17 will hit, and not by much. You actually hit the one that was not darting as fast as the other, but you did hit one of them. So damage, please.
7 points of damage. And
okay.
Obviously, you know, Tantin's like, "They're over there."
Yep.
Pointing out exactly where they are.
So they like again, and as far as is there anywhere you want to try to go? Like you just came out, so you're immersed in the scrapyard. Do you want to, like, where do you want to go, if anywhere?
If there are any piles of rubble nearby that I can use for even half cover,
You probably can. The sort of the scrapyard in the middle has been cleared. There are piles around the outside of it, but if you take a turn, you probably can't get to cover this turn. Next turn you could be in half cover, basically. Yes. So if you run in that direction. Okay. So that is going to lead us. Yeah, this heroic music is called Fight for the Future, and it is from our friends Greenforge Studios, who we have commissioned for music like this. So it is awesome, and I highly recommend them. Okay, they go next. Again, narratively, I love the fact that Tantin saw it and then like, aha. So they go next, and the one that you hit, basically seeing you, is like, "Don't run away," and leaps back up and fires twice. So 2 shots with what looks like a longbow. That first one is going to miss badly with an 8. But we'll find out when Trend returns, but I bet a 27 is going to hit Tanton. I just have a guess.
Nah.
It's fine. As Tanton tries to get to cover, which was a smart call. So I'll wait to see if it does. I have the damage ready.
I'm sure it'll be fantastic.
Yes, exactly. So that's going to be the first one. I think the second one, all of you are out above it. Who was standing close? No, never mind. The second one, Nisiana, is going to shoot at you. Now, you are not... How do I put this? I want you to make, please, even though you're surprised, you're seeing this happen, so I want you, please, to make an insight check for me, if you can.
Considering what... Why did I... Well, I rolled a 19.
Okay.
So...
Nisiana, you got the impression, because you're still sort of shocked, so you won't be able to react on your turn, but, again, that'll happen next round, but when you saw this person jump up, this person moved extremely quickly and shot twice at you before leaning back down, and when they did it, it looked to you as if that person went left, right, up. It would look as if they were specifically looking for you to shoot at. This one did.
Okay. With that 19 of the insight, because I'm probably close to the guy who just got shot with an arrow, do I think they're going to try and keep me from trying to keep him alive?
I don't think you can tell that even with that insight
Okay.
check, but I think you can make it clear that that one went out of his way to target you. Now, whether that's because of your proximity to this one or whether it's for some other reason, you don't know. So the first one fired at the one who hit him. That's why they fired at Tanton. But the other one fired at you. Now, the good news is they shot pretty poor. Well, the second one maybe. 13?
Doesn't hit.
Okay. So the first one was an 8. So both of them shot and missed you. So you nimbly dodge out of the way, and then they immediately duck down below the pile. So I will say that the damage that was done to Tanton, assuming a 27 hits, was 9 points of damage. So that brings him down to 1. So he's kind of like dunk as he's, running towards cover. So that's going to be 1 out of 10 hit points. When he gets back, I'll confirm that. In the meantime, Marime, you were up next. And, oh, wait, and you're surprised, so never mind. So you're just like, so never mind. Nisiana, same with you. You were also surprised. Although you are now maybe thoughtful because you did see them. But
Well, the other thing is that, and this is a question of jamming, because I do have Spare the Dying, am I going to be able to use it on what's-his-face? The guy who just got an arrow in the neck.
You're pretty sure that guy is dead.
He really is dead.
Yeah, because the arrow, the Spare the Dying isn't like, the problem is, and I should also point this out, he was shot in a way that was designed to not only kill him, but to prevent him from calling out, and also to make it real difficult for someone, even with your obvious talent, Nisiana, at a lower level to be able to heal.
Wow.
This feels scripted, is what I would say.
Literally.
And not by me.
Sorry.
Tanton, I don't mean scripted by me. I mean they scripted it. They set this up. Tanton, I wanted to say that did a 27 hit you? I'm guessing that it does. Yeah. It did 9 points of damage. So that first one that you shot, fired twice. The second arrow hit you for that 9 points of damage, which I think leaves you with 1. Then, and you did not see the arrows being fired at Nisiana because you were running the other way. So, Nisiana, only you have this insight that I referred to.
If I survive, I will mention it.
Yes. So that is going to bring us to, let's see, Yana, who is surprised and so cannot act either.
Cannot do a damn thing.
And so that brings us to Alarian. Alarian, who at the very end of the round is like, can now survey the battlefield. So Tanton just got,
where the hell they're going.
Tanton got real hurt. At least you can see, the rough area where they are, but they are 100 feet away. And again, Alarian, you noted that one of these was exceedingly fast, much faster than normal. The other one seemed to be moving at normal speed, both of them around human to humanoid size.
When Tanton fired back, did he hit? He did hit one of them.
Oh, yeah. Tanton hit one, and that was the one that was like, then fired at Tanton for, predictable reasons.
God bless America. Luckily, I have a crossbow too. So guess what's going to happen?
Proudly drawing it forth for the first time. I too have a ranged weapon.
Larian's going to move into...
It's still in the packaging. Hang on.
It's still shrink wrapped.
See, it was pried out of the bloody hands of one of those guys who was using it down below.
Does anyone have any scissors?
We'll try to hit the one that he shot at.
Okay.
The
now,
one he already wounded.
I will tell you now that this one that is now ducked below the scrap is in half cover, which means it is going to be difficult to hit them. You're going to get a -2 on this.
Is the other one more visible?
Nope. Same.
Both. Either
same
one.
deal,
Then
yeah.
we're going to try to go for the...
Still the one that was hurt. Yeah.
Yep. All right. However, at 21.
So minus that 2 is 19, but that will still... Actually, I think it'll hit. It should.
More, I would think so.
Rolled a 17 and it hit, so it better.
Yeah,
He was
yeah,
at
yeah.
five.
Yeah,
I thought
it
he
does.
was
Yep.
under.
Yes, that's a
Okay.
hit, yes.
Well, 4 more
So-
points.
All right. So you hear...
And it kind of looks at... okay.
That's why
And then
this
I
is
will
fun.
spend my movement trying to get to cover myself, too. Because I have to, because everyone's fucking armed with a missile weapon around here.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Brings us back to the
They
top of
can
the
be
round.
taught. They can be taught, yes.
Back into the top of the round, and everybody now is able to act on their turn. Let us begin with Tantin. So you were heading towards cover, now stumbling towards cover after being hit in the back.
A little bit of blood, yeah.
Yeah, just a touch. So you should be able to get there. If you move first, you should be able to get there. And you'll have the same half cover, basically, that they do. So
Exactly what I was going for.
Yep. So you are now there. So now what?
Yeah, he's going to get there, and he's going to use one of his 2 healing spells. I checked, and I actually have 2, not just one.
Yes. Yay.
So he's going to use one
And
of
yet
them
you're
on himself.
using it on yourself.
I know. I mean,
So
ordinarily,
inefficient. Wait.
who really gives a damn? The only hit point that matters is the last one, because it's not like you get debilitating functionality as you reduce through hit points like you would in real life. So if you've got 1
True.
hit point, you are fully functional.
Mhm.
The only hit point that matters is the last one. But that's where I am. So healing myself. And so
In the meantime, 3 more arrows have rained down on you. God damn it! I was just explaining.
and it's like, dang. Oh.
I know the feeling. Not gonna lie.
And so yes, casted it. What? I don't have any level 2 spell. I have. Never mind.
I was gonna say what?
I have what is considered a level 2 spell, but it is innate to the class. But for anybody else, it would be a level 2
gotcha.
spell. But for me, it is. Yeah. Anyway, so 12 points of healing, so I go all the way back up to.
Nice. So you're back up at full, and you have 1 of those left, right?
You instantly get hit by another arrow. No.
Exactly.
Yeah, you heal as you are caught in the throat. Like
The Colossus's head falls off and lands.
crap. Okay.
I'm much better now. I'm dying again.
Ah!
All right. You moved and you attacked. All right. Now they go again. A rain of arrows, by which I mean 2 attacks each. First 2 go off again against Nisiana.
What? I am not a bad person.
She's amazing. Get away from her.
I think
Yeah.
it's because I'm a healer, and my AC, by the way, is 17.
Okay, that's
How
yeah.
would
So
they know that?
so 3 of those are going to go wide. We have a 13, a 9, and an 8, but the last one is a 22, and so that one
Okay.
is, I believe, going to hit, unless I'm
Yep.
mistaken. Okay, and this one goes 10 points of damage, Nisiana, maxed
I am
out.
at 0.
So hits, and you see Nisiana drop to the ground. Yep. And they
This
duck
is
again
fair.
below. They duck below the cover again, and that leads us to Merime. You have just seen your sister drop to the ground.
Yes, I am not particularly impressed, and especially I have 1 regular healing potion. That's all I have. Can I shove it in her mouth? Is that a bonus action?
You can. No, it's an action to give it to someone else. You can administer it to her as an action, and you can certainly do that.
Yes, I will do that. I will use my regular healing potion. Do
Okay,
you
sounds
want
good.
me to roll the
Yeah, it should be like 1d
2d4 plus 2?
2d4 plus 2. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to roll. So that's 8. You have 8 hit points back.
All right, so you're back up to 8 now. You're still prone, Nisiana, but you're like, as you see Maramé, the concerned face of Maramé looking over you.
Yeah, and angry as well. Concerned.
Yes, concerned and angry.
It wasn't my fault.
Suddenly she totally hulks out.
Yeah, I was like,
But there's a really nice vibrato in the roar,
yeah, exactly. Power chord. Right.
So that's my action. So I guess I can't pick up Nisiana and try to move, can I?
I would say that you can pick her up. I don't think you'd be able to move on the same turn.
She's little.
She is little. I tell you what, what I will do is I will give you half movement, so you can pick her up and move 15. It's not going to get you to cover, but you could do something with it.
I will do that, and I will scream to the others, to everyone, anyone who will listen. They're targeting Nisiana. Help me protect her.
Okay, good stuff. That is going to lead us to Nisiana, who is currently in the arms of her sister.
Yes, but I also have a light crossbow.
So
But I
from
don't
her
think-
arms,
can
she like fire away.
Did I even see where these guys were?
You have not seen them yet. You can try. I mean, you did see them once, but you're being knocked unconscious has broken your ability to. I will give you a chance to make a perception check to see if you can see them again.
All right, let's give that one a try because,
Yes,
would
firing
like to shoot
aimlessly at a scrap pile, probably.
we'll find out. 12.
No, these
All
are they're
right.
pretty well hidden.
Okay, then because I can't do anything else, cantrip guidance onto to my sister who is carrying me for her next action.
Okay, I'm guiding you to help me to guide you. Okay, all right.
I am helping you do whatever it is that you are going to do next.
All right, that sounds like a plan. That leads us to Yana with Alarian on deck. Yana, you were up. You are now. You can see where they are because you weren't knocked unconscious. So
I'm
you
still
can see where
social
they are.
mediaing dice. Hang on. No, I'm kidding.
No, but they are. So you can
Yes.
you can see where they are, but they are in half cover. So you'd be at a minus to attack from here, or you
How
could just
far away
run
are
at
they?
them. 100 feet. They are on the other end of the
100
scrapyard.
feet. Are they within 5 feet of each other?
No, they are on opposite sides of that pile. Now that pile is maybe 30 feet basically, but they're definitely not near each other.
Do I have my?
I think you've shifted already, right? Do you have?
I didn't use it in the last fight, so I think I still have it. Did I use it in the last fight?
You didn't say
Inside-
you did.
I didn't. I don't think I did because
Okay.
we were inside, so there
And
was
you've
no
had a
reason to
long
use
rest
it.
before that, right? I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you still have it.
I haven't used it. I haven't used it since we rested because we rested at the town before we went to the Colossus, right?
Got it. Yes, that's right. You did have that. Yeah.
So I'm gonna activate it.
Okay.
I'm gonna activate Swift Stride. Which is the one that's been hit?
Well, I mean, you can't. I mean, there's just one of them.
Which was the
basically.
one that Tanton shot at?
Yeah, that one has been hit several times actually, by Alarian and by Tanton, and that one is on one side of the scrap pile, roughly the right side. The last time you saw them.
Okay, so I can see it. I can see that
You
one.
can see them just peeking up over it. Yes.
Okay, that's cool. I don't think I have a spell that I can hit them with from here. I don't. So I'm gonna run.
Book towards them. Yeah.
Book it towards them. Yeah.
Okay. Are you now?
That's gonna be 40.
Okay. Are you now? Can you? Was shifting? I think is a bonus action, so you could double move if you wanted. That would get you 80.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. So you see Rihanna just freaking booking across the.
You see Rihanna?
Yeah,
You
I
see
was
Rihanna
What's Rihanna
booking
doing?
here.
Wow.
No, you see
She's got
Yana
a
booking it.
concert in this
Yeah,
cleared out
it's
part.
quite. It's lots of room to social distance. No, you see Yana booking it across the area.
That
towards
doesn't
the
happen at a
scrapyard.
Rihanna concert. I don't know.
So
Don't-
just booking
don't sue
it
me.
in that direction, and that brings us down to Alarian. Alarian, you are up next.
So right now I'm under what, half cover?
Yes. Actually, well, yeah, because at the beginning of your turn, yes, you move, so now you've gotten to half cover. Yes. By the way, did you go near Tanton or just in the same general vicinity? I was curious.
I would have taken a different position to try to get a different angle on them.
That's fine. There's enough piles at the edge. That you can choose
see,
another
that's yes. Can I use the piles to start advancing using those as cover, like moving from pile to pile?
The middle of the scrapyard is all clear though. These are only around the edge, so
That's
basically
fine. I'll start circling around. I have no
that's
problem
gonna take
with
you a
that.
long time though. It's 100 feet across, so if you just go around the side, you'll be there by 2022. It's gonna take you a long time to get there just using piles.
So
it's not that far away, actually.
Yeah. First of all, it's not. Second, I've got Crazy Legs here drawing all the attention.
Crazy Legs.
So this actually works for me, and I'm going to start doing it.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, what I mean about that is it's 100 feet straight across, right? But if you're just going to go around the edge from
it's
pile
probably
to pile,
double that, but I'll still take the chance.
That's fine. Yep.
Besides, I still have a crossbow. And if I can get a better angle on them, that's what I'm looking for. So
Okay.
I want to try to remain, even if it slows me down, which I understand it's probably going to, I would try to remain in cover as much as possible. But if I can dash to pile, that would give me 60, maybe 40 feet a turn, just to shorthand it. Arv?
Sure, that's fine. That makes sense.
Okay,
And yes, it's
then
about
that's-
200 to get around.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I'm going to start doing.
So, all right. So we'll say that you are. Say, what's up, Shattermage? You'd say 60 feet this first step, then, or this first.
Well, yeah, I'm thinking if I'm dashing, but I'm cutting like from pile to pile, I'll probably be able to move like a total of 40 feet.
40 is right. Yeah. I agree. So we're
And
looking
then
at like
what I
5
wanna
turns,
do-
but you'll be able to shoot when you can. Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing. Every time I want to see, do I have a better chance for a shot here? Because they're distracted or something. I know I can't do it because I use all my movement, but I want to try to position myself for next round.
Got it.
Is it more advantageous for me to run or to fire?
Okay, gotcha.
There you go.
So we'll make that decision on every turn based on where you are.
Absolutely.
All right, sounds like a plan. And Divinorium's like, did we get into D&D XCOM edition? Maybe. We'll find out. Back to the top of the round with Tanton. Tanton, you are up.
It's funny that Ilarion should do that because that's part of what Tanton was going to try to do was move, around to get.
Do you want to move in the other direction so the two of you are like,
basically, yeah,
okay,
to try to,
I love it.
At some point, one of us is going to get to a point where cover is not between us and these guys.
Yep.
And so that's kind of what,
Okay. So you can start doing that. So you're going to move in that direction. So your first turn is just doing that. So if you're going like, it's like
I was doing the same thing I was doing.
Yeah, basically. I'm thinking about your speed relative to Valerian's though. But so your speed would normally be what, Tanton? 30?
Normally 30.
Okay. So if you're doing basically double, so it'd be 60. So yeah, I would say the same then. Basically about 40 that you can do. So you see Tanton and Valerian going literally opposite directions around the circle while Yana's like at top speed. Okay, well, predictably, both are going to fire at Yana. You are quite right about it, having drawn the fire. Attack the thing that's running at inhuman speed towards us.
Yes.
Okay.
Like one of them's like, holy crap, I thought only I could do that,
It's like, wait, that's not... Okay, so the first one, and each one fires twice. The first one is going to get, let's see, we have a 15, Yana?
That should hit, but let me double check.
Okay. And the second attack is an 8, so that second one misses. But
so the first one hits.
Okay. So on that first person who attacked you, 5 points of damage as you are...
Okay, let me just double check that there isn't anything I can do to bring that down a bit.
When you shift, do you get extra temporary hit points?
I don't think in this form though, right?
Okay. Don't think so.
Because it's your speed, not like bulk in this case.
Okay.
Meanwhile, while you're figuring that out, I'm going to have the other one do the 2 attacks on you, Yana. That's a 17 and a 9. So
the first one hits.
All right. So the first one was 5 points of... The first person was 5 points of damage. This one, with their 1 attack, is going to do another 4 points of damage, which means you're struck twice. This is feeling very Dances with Wolves to me, but you're like 1 out of 10, I believe, because I think it gives you a total of 9.
I'm at 1 HP, yeah.
Okay.
Rob, we talked about this. When you shift, you gain temporary hit points equal to your level plus your con modifier.
Ah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, wait.
Only in shifting, though.
So what's your con modifier then?
Yeah.
It's 2, so I get 3 extra. So I'm at 4.
Correct.
So you're at 4 full. That's better than 1.
Yeah, that is better than 1.
Okay, so you're hit twice by these things. Yana, I want you to make an insight check for me, please, as well, also, since you're literally looking at them as they're jumping up.
Okay.
There is advantages to going last in the round sometimes, and this is one of them.
Yeah.
That's an 11.
Yeah, that's so. The only thing that I would say is that the speed. So you notice also that one of them is moving considerably faster than the other one is, and it's unclear as to why that is. But there is something vaguely familiar about the movements of the faster one, Yana, and I'm being vague because that's what the roll sort of provides you. So something seems familiar about it in some way.
Familiar?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can cogitate with that as we move down to Marime.
Not for much longer if I only have 4 health.
That's true. Cogitate quickly. Marime, you are up.
Okay, so just position me here. I'm gonna put down Nisiana first of all on her feet.
Okay.
Because
Right. You just drop her off to the ground.
yeah,
Oh, sister, carry me.
we got this. I want. How close can I get to them? I can get 60 feet if I do a double movement.
Right.
How
If
close
you're
can
and
I-
if you're running straight towards them like across, you could get. You're 100 feet. You could get within 40 feet of them.
How close could I get if I found cover? It's just-
The cover, the problem is that's what Tantan and Ilarion are dealing with. All the cover is around the outside of the circle. So you'd
Right.
have to like run to the outside basically and then cut from pile to pile as both Tantan and Ilarion are doing in opposite directions.
okay, but in a few turns I would.
Yes.
I like cover.
Okay.
'Cause
So you're
we're low
also
on
booking it to
healing.
the edge then?
Especially after seeing the pin cushion that has become Yana. So
Yeah, I'm squishy. I if I'm dead, I can't sing about it. So yeah, I'm going to get as far as I can. I'm gonna do a double move.
Only me need to death metal. Okay. Okay, you can double move. Are you going towards the north, which is towards where Tantan is circling around Marime, or south, which is where Ilarion is circling around? Doesn't make any difference in terms of distance or cover availability. It's just, who are you closer to as you're moving?
I think. I guess it depends where I started moving when I grabbed Nisiana. If it makes me closer to one of the two.
So, this is a good time for you to tell me that, since I don't know. Which way were you going? Because it doesn't matter if we ex post factor that.
I would have gone probably left. It would have been more lucky, obviously.
West. Okay. So you would have been going away from the pile. So if you wanna, you probably wanna not go all the way west and then start circling. You probably want to go like northwest, right? So you can cut it off and go directly to the edge of the circle. If that makes
Sounds
sense.
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you run towards covers. Everyone is rapidly running in that way. Nisiana, this leaves you. You can. You were up next. Yana is on deck. You can see Yana bolting full speed. Tantan and Ilarion moving around the corner, moving around the circle. Excuse me. Marime, your sister, booking it to the northwest, and then you're like, and me,
Which I am actually following my sister, but my double move is only 50, and then basically I'm gonna go 50 and then kind of, I know it's not cover, but kind of hunker down. I'm a small creature. I'm difficult to hit anyway.
Yes.
So which is why I have a 17. But my goal is to get within 60 feet of one of them. That is my whole goal.
So you're moving towards them, but hunkering down. Yes.
Yes.
As opposed to all right.
Wait, that's not the same as what she was doing?
No, she's going to a place where she can find cover. If she goes straight towards them, there's no cover to be found. She has to go to the edge of the circle. Otherwise, there's no cover to be found there.
you can hide behind the arrow-riddled body of Yana.
Yeah, I mean, you could just run behind your sister.
I'm
and
still alive.
That's why you're that's good cover for you, though. That's why
That may
you're
not
still
be
moving.
such a bad thing, but I don't think I can reach her.
No, but you could definitely run in the same direction. At the moment, they seemed more worried about dealing with Yana. Although, if they get another salvo of 4 arrows, they might. Yana might not make it through that salvo. Go ahead, Marmy.
Well,
Yeah,
also
not-
spare the dying might help. So in this case, I guess I will head towards Yana to see if.
Much like me, she has to learn the hard way.
In character, I don't know if I would have gone 60 feet knowing that Nisiana couldn't have gone the whole 60 feet.
Okay.
Like in character, I think I would have pulled back a bit to make sure she could reach me.
Okay. So then, yeah.
that
Then I
would
guess you have a choice, Nisiana. Then you can either go with Marime or head towards Yana directly.
Since we were speaking telepathically, I'm going to stick with the Marime.
Okay.
Since
so
I
then
can now keep up with her, I will
All right,
I'll
sounds
stay
good.
with
Then you're
her.
going to go up to the nose. Okay, makes sense. All right, you do that. That leads us to Yana up next. And Larian, Yana, you are now closing fast. You were almost to the scrap pile. I think you were 40 feet away. I believe you moved 60 in that last round, if I'm not mistaken.
So I'm 40 feet away now
You start now at 40 feet away.
from the one that I was running towards.
Correct.
No, he should be 20 feet away because he moved 80 the last time. In a
Right, I
full-out
double
dash.
moved 40.
Oh, he moved to 80. Oh, my fault. Yes,
Yeah.
then you're only. Then you're very
40
close.
is a single move for
Yeah.
me.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thank you for that clarification, John, because I probably wouldn't have.
All right. Well,
Caught that.
I'm laughing at your pincushioning, but I don't want you to have to put any more arrows than you need to take. So yeah, let's get you over there.
So-
and
You
start
were
running-
doing something.
And Rob, you were running towards the one. Yana was running towards the one that was hit multiple times, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right.
Is my weapon still imbued with the thing that Tanton put on it?
No.
No. Okay. So then let's remove that. All right. But I can get up close and personal with this son of a bitch.
Yep.
So
You can basically leap over. Well, not quite leap over, but essentially over the pile and come down Sparta style. Troy style.
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's see what I want to do here. Do I want to hit him with the weapon, or do I want to hit him with a spell that will maybe give me another turn to survive?
Also, one reminder for everybody: does anyone have a hero point remaining?
Oh, I have 2.
So you have 2. Okay.
I have 0.
Okay. I know a lot of people had used their hero points, and I just
Oh,
wanted to double check.
I've not used them either.
Okay, so just keep those in mind because the hero point, remember, is you can use those whenever you make an attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw. At the end of this adventure, meaning at the end of the Nightland, those go away, and you lose them, and then you regain new ones starting next time. So just be aware of that.
I have 1. Am I supposed to have 2?
No,
Or-
you can get them for different things that happened. You also may have used them at different points.
I used 1, but okay.
So you can use that. You can spend a hero point if you're interested in making an attack roll, ability check, or a saving throw, and you can spend the hero point after the roll is made, but before they know whether they're successful or not. And then you can add, if you wish to use the hero point, it lets you roll a d6 and add it to the d20 that you rolled.
Can also be used to automatically succeed on a death throw,
Yep.
even a critical failure.
Yep.
So I'm gonna save mine then.
Okay. Realizing that,
Yeah, I might need that for the death saving throw or whatever the hell it is. Maybe. Let's see if I can get a hit on this person. I'm just double checking. I thought. Don't I get something with Swift Stride? Don't I get something on my attack roll?
I didn't see anything.
I don't think so either. I think I'm making that up.
I think the fact that you just
Nice try.
got the temporary points plus got there in a turn is pretty good.
No, that's pretty good. I'm just I'm making shit up. Ignore me. I'm looking for a way out of this that doesn't end up with me having to roll a new character.
No, it's all good. Make your
I
attack. Maybe you
put
won't
so
have
much
to.
work into this one.
You can see now that you're near it that this one, which does look to be human, definitely has taken some damage.
Yeah, let's do a scimitar attack since I put all of my heart and soul into this one.
Okay.
Those were terrible. That was a
sadly
5.
is not going to get the job
Soul,
done.
but not practice apparently.
Yeah.
So,
The
That was a critical miss.
person who, by the way, you can see has now that you're up close, you can see that this one is, again, as I said, human, but actually the bottom of their face is covered with a dark green, like almost forest green mask, just sort of covering up to the nose, basically.
gosh, almost like emerald. Could it be?
Oh, just the fact that the air quality is so thick.
Yeah. Listen, it's protocol, you know.
It's
okay.
a coincidence.
So
That's all it
Yana is
is.
now. So you leap to the top and make the attack, but unfortunately, He ducks out of the way. She ducks out of the way. I beg your pardon. Okay, that leads us to Ilarion. The good news is that she won't be shooting at anything immediately, since she's got you to deal with. Ilarion, you are up next.
This is the wounded one you tried to take out, right?
Yeah, he's on the wounded one.
He's on the wounded.
And if
I'm
she's
on the leader.
distracted, that means there's probably a good time to try and take a shot at them again, because why not? Would that be a reasonable assumption, Arv?
To attack the one that's been already hurt. I think it's going to be hard because you've got Yana that is attacking in front. Normally you could avoid that, except you've also got to get over a scrap pile and from a distance, and you're trying to jump from place to place. I think you can get a shot off at the other one easily. I think it's going to be harder to get a shot off with,
All right,
with him behind
I'll
it.
take the other one.
Wait, I didn't take a bonus action, did I?
Not last turn, no.
I mean, I was not going to stand in a position that was going to put me in between a shot from someone behind. I could move out of the way.
Well, let me see if you have enough. I guess because you're 20 feet away. Yeah, I mean, you could slide down the other side of the pile, basically, and be out of that. That's fine. You could do that, Yana. That's fine.
So that way there's at least...
Okay,
I mean,
yeah, and then you can get a shot at Larian. That's okay. Yeah, if Yana's able to do that, that's fine.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So, go ahead, Larian.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll try this again. Not this time.
Nope.
It's 9.
Sadly, you miss. But you then make your... now, you're not able to do the full, double movement, but you can make another...
Well, if I have to stay here to stay under the half cover...
Oh, yeah, then you're just going to basically stay here because you got a shots. Okay, that's fine.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
So,
all right.
works for me.
It sounds good. By the way, Yana, when you sort of got to the top of the pile, the person in question dropped their longbow and drew a short sword that they are now facing you with.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us back up to the top of the round, and Tantin, you are up.
More of the same.
See you in a bit, Cheddar.
Bink.
Same guy, also?
Do I have a line of sight on the other one?
Yeah, I think you have a line of sight on either from where you are.
Okay, if Yana has,
because Yana's on the right side, as I'm imagining it, and you went to the north. So I do think that you would be to the left, basically, and therefore would be shooting at the other person Yana's dealing with. So yes, you have a line of sight on either, I think.
All right, then I'm going to start whittling away at him.
Okay.
Them. 15.
15 is just missed. And misses. But then you're also
I'm gonna die.
Then you're gonna walk forward, or go to the next spot, Tantin, because you could move up whatever it is, 30 feet. Okay, so you're able to do that, kind of duck forward, do the slick roll, into position behind the next string.
Last time I saw somebody do that, he lost his gun.
Oh, really? So he doesn't do this. You don't do the slick roll.
It's from Galaxy Quest.
Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right.
Does the rolling help? Yeah, it helps. Where's your gun?
Oh, that's right. Oh, man, the great Galaxy Quest. Okay, yes, it is their turn. We're going to start with the one that is attacking you with the long sword, Yana, and they, again, sadly for you, are going to attack twice with the short sword.
Level 1 means nothing to you, does it?
It means something to them.
It means everything to us, but to them it's like, oh yeah, we can attack like 8,000 times and just turn you into...
These ones are clearly a little bit better than your average bear, as they say. 23 and 22, Yana.
Yeah, that's gonna kill me.
So let's see. This is...
Both hit.
So you had 4 points to start.
That is going to be 8 points of damage, which means you're at -4, I believe.
Down, yeah.
Yeah, so you see Yana with a sigh drop to the ground as this person downs them. And then the longbow wielder, who still has their bow, the other one who hasn't been hit yet. Let's see, where are they going to aim for? Oh, no, I know who they're going to aim for because...
Yana, let's make it
permanent. Let's just... No, rain damage, no.
Y'all want to hear that backstory? Too bad, she's dead.
They're going to attack, actually, Merime, because I don't think Merime has reached cover yet. So, and Merime, you were trying to cover Nisiana, right?
Yes.
They seem to note that, and they are trying to deal with you. So this one fires twice. Fortunately, though, roll awfully. 7 and a 5.
Yes.
So those are both misses. So that's going to lead us to Merime. That's you. 2 arrows, fly past you. Yeah.
How far am I from cover?
What's up, Live Swing? I would say from here, you can probably get there this turn. You could get to cover this turn.
Do I need to double move or can I act?
No,
after?
you can. I think you can move or act and move or move and act. I think that's fine either way.
Okay, and if I make it to cover, I feel that Nisiana can make it to cover, like it's about
Yes.
20K, perfect. How far am I once I get cover? How far am I from?
Still probably, because you went up to the northwest, so still probably like maybe 90 feet away now. Like, you know, you didn't, because you went, you know, back and away to cover. So maybe 100, but somewhere between 110 and 90 feet. Not much different than where you were before. But at least you'll be in cover, and now you can move towards them.
Okay, I'm gonna stay in cover and move in cover. Like I'll double move.
Okay.
But I'll double move to 50 feet so that I'm sure that Nisiana can stay with me.
So you're
Even
gonna.
though I'm in cover.
So right, cover and then cover, double move. So Nisiana can stay with you if Nisiana double moves. Just be aware of that, Nisiana. You probably are going to do that, but I'm just letting you know. Okay.
Yeah,
so
no,
it's your turn and you double
I'm too far away
move?
from doing anything anyway, other than shooting an arrow, and they're undercover. So
Okay, so that makes this easy, Nisiana. You just do exactly after Mermaid goes. You run to the same place. Okay.
double moving, going to cover. With the double move, how far does that put us away?
That puts well, so 50, probably. So that would bring you to probably maybe like. That would be about 60 feet, I think, because you started at 110, and then would bring you up to 60. So
60 is the magic number. That's
Okay.
what we wanted to hear.
Okay, that brings us down to Yana, who is going to be making a death save. Now, the good news, Yana, is that even, as was pointed out, if you were to critically fail, you can turn that into a success with the power of your hero point, if you need it. So,
What point on the roll do I need to use that so that I make sure that it's within the rules? So I'm still not quite understanding. Do I have to say I'm going to use it before I do the roll?
no,
after.
you can after. So before you know if it was a success, but I mean, in this case, you will know it's a success.
Or
'cause
if I
it's a
have
medicine check.
ADD, these are too many directions.
Okay,
that
it's
are
fine.
like
It's
before, the
so you're
after,
making,
the turn off on
So
the...
here we go. It's a medicine check in this case.
Yes, okay.
So if you get a 10 or above, it's a success. If it's less than 10, it's a failure. And
Okay.
if it's a 1, it's a crit fail. So
Right.
basically, anything from a 9 or below, you could change into a success if you wish.
Ah, okay. So I just have to, and I just have
And you
to
can do
decide
that
to do
after
that
you
after
roll.
I...
That's right.
Okay. So am I
Yes, you
doing
roll
medicine?
It's yeah, you're just basic, yes, but it's just basically for you going to be like a D20.
Okay.
Is
Yeah, I
usually
have
what it is.
no...
It's on your character.
Should be on the
sheet.
sheet.
Oh,
I
yeah,
guess.
yeah. Death save. I see it. Yeah. Okay.
Almost a crit fail. So, do you want to?
It was almost a natural 20.
It was. Oh, that's true. It was hovering on the 20. So, do you want, Rob? Do you want to?
It's going to be a fail anyway, even if I add it.
It's going to be a
Yeah.
fail now. Do you want to change it into a success or save it for the possible crit fail if that were to happen?
I'm going to save it for the possible crit fail.
Yes.
Okay.
Because a crit fail would be 2 death failures and you would be gone.
That would
Yeah.
be dead.
Definitely save it for them.
Okay, so 1 failure sounds good. Well, not good, but I got it. That leads us to Ilarion. Ilarion, you were up next. You have seen Yana go down, and also you're muted. Right.
Actually reminded me. Nothing I can do about poor Yana with pincushions, although I've been there, so I know how.
I
she
know
feels.
this feeling.
I really don't want this character to die. I would be really annoyed if she dies.
And I hope that you've learned a very valuable lesson about not running at Bowman with 100 feet of open ground.
Somewhere in the land of death, you're like, I hope you've learned a valuable. All right,
I got it.
some other time.
Let's see. I have a shot. Is the wounded one still up? Right.
Say this again. I'm sorry.
The wounded one is still
Yes,
up.
the wounded one is still up. Yes.
Firing.
Both inspirations for channel points have been used, I think, Arud, now, just so you know. Unless you mean that you have one that wasn't used, if that's what you mean, Arud, now.
Damn it. 12.
12 is not going to hit. That is a miss.
No.
Okay, but now you move in,
I'll start to
oh, no,
try-
that's
I
right,
need
you
to
continue
start-
to stay there. I'm sorry.
Well,
You continue
no.
to stay
Actually,
there.
I'm going to start trying to move again because I think they're distracted with everything that's going on in the front. So I am going to take the shot to try to move.
Okay, so you shoot first. There's 2, Rudno. So shoot and then move 30
Correct.
feet forward. You can do that. Okay. And that brings us up to the top of the round with Tanton.
Third verse, same as the first.
Okay. Come on.
Bink! I keep thinking that it's... Because normally, remember I used to have it where it would just automatically roll 2 dice.
Right.
It would just I've changed it so that it gives me and I keep forgetting that the pop-up is there. So I say bink and nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
Right.
Like,
Shit. Okay, right.
I was used to you doing chompe and that whole thing.
You're right. So bink. 8.
Ugh, not
Obviously,
sadly not going to get it done.
You and I need to get to the range. Sure.
Your bolts are hitting each other. It's like, no, stop.
You know how good that makes us?
Very impressive against each other. Okay. Tanton, are you doing the thing where you fire and then move forward 30, or are you staying?
That kind of depends. How far am I from Yana?
You're pretty far because she went to the southern end and you're in the, you're a good distance.
Yeah, I'm going to keep moving in. How far am I from the assailants at this point?
So you went up 30. Probably you're about, I would say, 70 from them at this point.
I'll keep closing.
Okay, so that would bring you up to about 40 at the end of that move. Now they're going to go. Let's see. They are going to try to... They're going to try to fire at... Everybody's in cover, so they're going to have a hard time either way. But they're going to probably aim, I think... I'm going to go for Merime. With minuses... First one is terrible. What's that?
What does cover give us?
Your half cover that you have is giving you -2, which is why they're rolling things like 6 and 0.
It's either giving them -2 or giving you +2 to your AC.
Yeah, either way. Okay. That was okay. There were 3 terrible misses and 1 critical hit. So that was something.
Oh, no.
That was something. That also, unfortunately, is going to do 10 points of damage on a critical hit.
I'm down.
Which means Merime's down. Okay, so Nisiana, you see Merime drop. And your sister drops. One sister rescues the other, then this sister goes down. But I want to point out again, Nisiana, and I'm going to say this to you because you've already sort of been on this pattern. There's no question that they are focusing their attacks in ways that you have not seen enemies traditionally do, at least not ones that you've dealt with.
This is not normal. I don't understand it.
Yep. Okay, that is going to lead us to Merime, who's going to immediately make a death saving throw.
Okay, so
she has hero points too. So
I do. I have 2. Oh, hello.
Nice.
That's all right. Don't
I
need one on
laugh
that
in
one.
your face, Death.
Death is like 2 more tries. You know, like, damn it. Okay, so that's going to bring us to Nisiana.
All right. So I can. So the most hurt one has the sword and just took down Yana. The one that keeps trying to kill me through my sister.
Let me correct one thing though quickly. The one that had a sword, but after they took down Yana, they picked their bow back up because there was no one there to stop them from doing that. So they again have a bow and are firing at people from distance.
Which one of them actually hit Merime?
It was the hurt one.
You know what? She's got 2 more death saving throws, and I'm right there. So I'm going to start with the Sacred Flame.
Okay, that's that 60 feet you were happy about.
Yes.
All right.
So let's Sacred Flame.
Okay, and I think that's Dex, right?
8 points of damage, and it does not matter if they have cover.
Okay, let's see if they make the save. They sure don't. Okay, so 8 points. So your Sacred Flame, and from behind the scrap you hear, and she slumps over and drops. So the injured one is now down. So there's one remaining.
Good, and I'm basically kind of huddled next to Merime.
Okay.
So I'm ready to do the
thing when an opportunity happens. Okay.
And so I'm like, if I can get the other one, or somebody else can actually hit the.
Okay,
give us the fight speech from the abyss. Remember, stop fighting before, you'll do it now.
She had a strong heart. Okay, so
wow, I love
if
that
I
reference.
had that ability, I would totally do it.
God damn it!
Here's the thing: they didn't have it either. It was just a great scene, but it's like, what? What do you mean? Just yell at her and she gets better.
I know,
all right?
Like,
anyway,
that
but that is
very hard to watch.
That movie
some days.
freaked me out as a kid, though. That whole movie. Oh my god! Like I'll just intentionally drown. Like, oh god, what? Anyway, okay. So,
and that almost happened on that film multiple times.
Oh,
So.
yeah, unbelievable. Okay, so that was Nisiana. That leads us to Yana. Yana, you are up for roll number 2.
God,
Yana,
I really want this character to make it through this.
Whatever a
Come on.
natural 20 is in French. Everybody check.
So,
Hey,
so
hey.
inspirations
That's
are,
good.
are you,
Wait, I'll just
inspirations
let
are
Marie
useless on
take
these.
that.
You don't get inspirations on this, no.
Damn it! Of all
Roll
the
above a 10,
things.
dude.
Feel
Come
success
on.
in your heart.
I'm so
Exactly.
nervous right now. I can't
Well,
even
before
figure out
you
where the
roll,
button is.
I mean, there
Yeah.
are people who say that they have inspirations, so they could inspire you if you wish on this death saving throw, or you could
I thought
use your hero point, which
I
you
thought
could
you
use
said you didn't
afterwards.
allow inspiration on death saving throws.
Inspiration. No, you can have inspiration on death saving
Oh,
throws.
okay. My mistake.
Yeah.
I will take an inspiration for death saving throw. You can't use a death saving throw. You can't use an inspiration and a hero point in the same
Right. Exactly.
thing.
That
Yeah,
you
that's
can't
fine.
do.
No, I'll take an inspiration right now, please.
All right. So Echo, if you want to use it, you can inspire Yana to try to stay alive.
If I
staying
roll
alive.
2 1s though,
well then listen.
I'm quitting. I'm leaving.
You got to talk to your boy Altus about what he's been doing. All
Oh,
right.
yeah,
Echo has
Altus.
inspired Yana. Thank you, Echo.
Thank you. That's awesome. All right. So
Enjoy your lurk
there's
life.
no way to do that inside of roll 20, so I just have to roll it twice, right?
Yes, that's right.
Or is it just I can roll 2? Oh, I can just do
Either one.
Doesn't matter. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
sounds like a jackpot if you roll 2 1s nonstop. Different kind of jackpot. Hashtag believe. That's right, Div.
2d20. So nervous. Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
You're fine.
All right, so I got an 18.
33. No.
Didn't
Okay,
need it.
so I was like, wait, what? Okay, 1 failure, 1 success. All right, good. You don't have to face existential stuff until next round. All right,
Yes.
1 failure, 1 success. Good stuff, Yana. Moving, this time it is legitimately good stuff. Alarian, you are up next. So you've seen Nisiana's Sacred Flame. There is
Yes,
one
I saw
remaining.
the greasy puff of smoke. Exactly. Yeah, and look, this has worked out fairly well so far, so I'm going to keep shooting.
Marame and Yana dying on the battlefield. This is going great.
but me? All good. We'll fix them later.
Really need to buy
10.
some more healing potions.
Now, if only my rolls would be better, that would be
Yeah,
nice.
the
but
attack
I
rolls have
just-
not cooperated with you.
No.
And are you moving again,
Yep,
Alarian?
I'll keep
Okay, so
moving because
another 30
eventually I'll
feet
try to
forward.
get in there and stop them from shooting twice, which is a pain in the ass. Yeah, so slowly advancing, but yeah.
All right, that brings us up to the top of the round with Tanton.
Change the name, make her sister out to Avenger.
One remaining, 70 away. I believe we had you.
Didn't mean to click that, but 13.
13 is not going to hit,
Jesus, it's ridiculous.
sadly.
Ridiculous.
But now you moved closer. You are now 40 feet away. So you are closing in.
Oh, how close did you say I was, Arv?
He was, I don't remember what I had told you. I know the trend was 70, moved 30, is now 40 away after his attack.
I moved 30
for
this
you,
last
Alarian, so you would have
time.
been
50 maybe?
Yeah, I would say so.
That
Yeah,
sounds about right.
50
All
is
right,
about
that's fine. That's fine.
That was my movement last. I was at 70, moved 30. Now I've attacked, so now I'm going to move again.
Oh, yes, that's right. No. Yeah, you were at 70 beginning now, right? At the beginning of the turn, you were
last
70.
week. No, last week.
Last week you were
Last
70.
round, I was at 70.
Right.
And then moved 40 or 30, so I was at 40.
Oh, I
I'm at
thought you
40 at the beginning
ended
of this
at
round.
70 though.
Mm-mm,
I thought.
no,
Oh, okay.
You
All right.
You said I was at 70.
So then that would mean right. That's why I meant you were ending at 70, but that's okay. So you're ending at 40. So that means you are 40 going into this round. You attacked. Now you move another 30. So you are now at 10 at the end of this round. Yes? Does that all make sense? Okay.
Who's confused?
All right. So he's 10, and Alarian, you are 50. We said.
Yeah.
And okay, Tanton did that. All right. Now, the one that is left is going to quite obviously fire at the person who is closing on them and is now 10 feet away.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding.
And is going to fire
She's
twice.
still tumbling from her momentum.
All right, 2 shots. Oh man. All right, so we have a 9. That's the good news. The bad news is the critical hit.
Oh my god, this fight is insane.
10 points. That's their max. So you're like, I'm good. And you're hit down. Wow.
This is really bad.
Yeah, so right now we've got Nisiana and Alarian verse, basically, is what. But there's only one of them left. It's 2v1. It's
Yeah,
fine.
but they're untouched so far. which is
That
not
one is
great.
untouched, yes.
Yeah, cute.
Okay. That is, so they did that. They're going to stay where they are. Marame, I need you to make another death saving throw, please.
I got this.
Oh,
You do.
yeah, you do.
2 successes.
The crit hit. Not only that, a 20 means that you're back to a single hit point. So you actually
yeah.
you're prone. You're like, you heard the death music in the back in the afterlife. You're like, you know what?
Nice roll.
That was a hell of a roll and well needed. All right, so you are prone now. You won't be able to act till next turn, but you're lying on the ground prone, with your eyes open. Okay. Speaking of
and
that,
if he shoots at you with a bow, he's got disadvantage because you're prone.
he's not even. I'm telling you right now, he's not even going to do that because
I'm
he's
just
got. You,
saying.
he's like he's not going to look around and go, oh.
Without
Unless you like
open.
from the ground are like, that's what I'm talking about, you son of a. Like if you let him know that he's there. Okay, Nisiana's up next, and then Yana's going to be on deck with another death saving throw. Nisiana, what would you like to do?
I would like to Sacred Flame the other guy.
I thought you might. Why don't you make? Let's see. Oh yes. Yes, go ahead and roll your damage. Let's see if he makes the dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Well, you had 8 last time, so you know it is what it is.
What's the DC again? 13?
13.
That is a 14. So they are going to make that. So they do dodge out of the way of the sacred flame.
Of the singe, anyways.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so
Darn it.
I
did
hate
not
this
work
fight.
out this time.
I hate this fight too.
Okay, now are you and Nisiana? You're staying where you are, I assume, because you can keep hitting them from where you are, probably.
Yes.
Okay.
Unless I can drag Mary May to more cover, but we're already under cover.
Yeah, I mean, if you right, exactly. If you reached out to get Mermaid, you would be exposing yourself, which doesn't make a lot of sense, I don't think. That leads us back to Yana, who has 1 failure and 1 success. That is a failure. So
I'm going to use that hero point and make that a success.
all right, 2 successes, 1 failure, 2 successes right now.
So what happens now? I've never actually seen someone do 3 death saving throws before.
So what happens now is next turn is what it's going to be about. If Yana rolls another success, they are stable. If they roll a 20, like Merame did, they're back to 1 point. If they get a failure, a normal failure, then they have 2 failures and they go another round. And if they crit fail, then
That's all
that's
she wrote.
it, because they've got 1 failure already.
You still have the hero point, buddy. So keep
I just
that-
used
No,
it.
he just used it.
Oh.
So you may be calling on inspiration.
I'd rather be on 2 successes. I have much better odds
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
you're playing
yeah,
it.
no,
in the
you're
position
right.
I am with 2 successes, 1 fail.
100%
That means
right.
the only thing I can't roll is a 1.
You're playing
Everything else, I'm still
absolutely
okay.
right statistically, yeah. Alarian, you were up.
All right, 3rd time's the damn
I don't like to
charm.
gamba, but I'm gambaing today.
Take this damn guy out.
13?
Nope. Not getting done. What's up, Fisklax? Haven't seen you forever. What's going on, man? Yes,
I think
sadly
these
a miss.
enemies are too hard for level 1 character.
I'm just saying now. I'm just throwing it
Well,
out there. Just
Would you prefer
It would help if I
Dragon,
could
Rob?
fucking hit something and get roll above a 10 for the last
I was going to
3
say,
rounds.
like, yeah, those rolls have
Well,
not been
moving
kind.
I know the rolls aren't. The rolls
Although
aren't
the
moving
roll
the
with
same.
Merame was very kind, so let's be
Well,
clear about
yeah.
that.
So
All right,
moving
back up
30
to the
more.
top. The first death save for Tantin, who gets to join the crew of Death
We've
Savers.
rolled more death saves than attack.
You could all hang out in the afterlife together right now, like the waiting room.
No, I've got shit to do. I can't.
Hey, well, look, Alarian's still planning on gliding away from this no matter what, because I haven't been touched yet. So I was like, I can retreat if you guys are all going to die on me.
I'm just going to leave.
I was going to say,
Well,
you're going to
unfortunately,
regret saying that.
Nisiana is still here and still upright, so I have to go save her.
Sorry,
So
Live.
there's
Both
that.
of those were used actually during estrogenesis.
There you
so
go.
Sadly, no.
Natural 20.
Wow.
Yes.
All right, so I don't want to hear anything about the difficult rolls today. That was pretty slick. Wow. Natural
I'm still complaining
20.
about
Okay.
mine, thank you.
So literally, you know what it was? Tantin said, like, I've got shit to do. And the driver was like, all right, here, have a success. I apologize. All right, so you're back up to 1 again, eyes open, looking up at the sky. Okay, that leads them. So they've got a bunch of people.
Basically, Tantan's like, I don't have time to die. I've got
time
stuff
to
to
die."
do.
Yeah.
Okay, they are probably going to aim for. All right, they don't even know that Tantin is recovered or that Merame is recovered, and Nisiana is currently behind cover. I think they're gonna. Yeah, so they're gonna go after Nisiana,
Aw.
and so we'll fire twice into cover. That is a 17 and a 13.
My AC is 17.
17.
So-
The tie goes to the attacker. So
That accounts for the -2, right?
yeah, I got that. Yeah, that
Okay.
was they had a 19 minus the
Okay.
2. Okay, that is going to be 7 points of damage.
Let's
Just alive.
Yes, I
believe.
am. I am one hit point.
Red Lear can get him over to use inspiration. Yeah, Bulgaris, I guess you could go and be like, Red Lear, this party is in deep trouble. Get over here. He's like,
Civilians beyond. Hold on, I gotta pause my stream.
yeah, exactly. We need one of those like Batman, the I and B logo goes out to all the streams. Like, oh wait. Okay. Here we go. So that was an attack on Merime. Merime is attack on Nisiana. Now we get Merime. So Merime, you are prone but awake and alive. What do you want to do?
How far am I from the offender? 60 feet, right?
Yes.
I'm going from my prone position. I'm going to be like, ah, and then I'm going to hold up my hand and just kind of do this crazy little whisper thing, like,
okay.
And it's going to resonate into the mind of the offender.
Okay.
And let me just hit. So you need to make. Let me just click on it. So you have. Oops. Boop.
This music has really helped this already tense fight.
So you need to make a wisdom save, DC 14.
Oh, please don't make it. Please die.
19.
Oh.
You still take half damage.
Okay.
Okay.
So they take 5.
P.
Okay.
Psychic damage.
And this was that Dissonant Whispers? Yeah. So they're you hear this kind of like growling from behind the pile. Okay. That definitely did damage, just not as much as you hoped for, but still. Okay, and Merime, you were prone. Now, for your movement, since you're prone, you can stand up, and that's it. That's how I do it. So if you want to stand up, you can. Or you could, or if based on what Trendane said, you could also stay prone if you want to avoid, like, it's harder for them to hit you with range if you're on the ground. So you could do that.
I'm gonna stay on the ground, and I'm gonna say, hey, Nisiana, it's pretty comfy down here. And then, how far away am I from Alarian?
You're on the other end. I would say you're probably 50 feet from him, too.
Okay.
50 feet from them, and he's to the south, so 50 feet, yeah.
Okay, I think this makes more sense. I'm going to scream to Alarian, because he's still within my range for my inspiration. Alarian! I just got knocked out and I saw stars and I thought of you, my friend. So please be inspired and go knock him out. You get 1d6 of inspiration.
Sounds good. Rob, you can't inspire yourself, by the way, in case you're trying. I saw that. I'm like, wait a minute.
Damn it.
Okay. So let's see. So Merime, you do that. That leads us to Nisiana is up next.
I am going to ask Eberron to smite our foe. Again.
Wow, going right to the top.
Well, of course. Who else do you think I've been asking this sacred flame?
Like I said, Eberron.
There you go.
So come on.
Let's see. DC is 13.
Yeah.
No, sorry. That is going to be another. No, that's 18, but still. Not a 19, but an 18. Sorry. This thing is moving quite. This is the one that I told you was moving very quickly. This thing seems quite dexterous.
Yes, I know, but this is the only thing I can do.
No, you're doing the right thing. Like, it
doesn't matter if he has cover. That's
no, I got it. I got you. Yeah, but.
And then my movement is I'm going to drop next to Merime. So
Yep.
We're going to hang out.
Army crawl down. Okay.
Yep.
And that's going to bring us down to. All right. So we got Yana. Now I'm assuming Yana's going to ask chat to be. Well, wait, don't.
Or just do it.
Or, just do that. All right.
It's
3
a success,
successes.
so.
Didn't even let it linger. Okay, so you are stable.
I'll take it.
Yeah, so Yana, you are stable. So that means that you're not going to continue to die, but you're also not back on your feet. However,
that's fine. I don't have to write a new character out of nothing.
Yeah. Okay, nice work. With an 11 too. That wasn't all that
so
close.
I'm so tired.
That wasn't like that was pretty close. All right, you made it. Unless they come over and stamp on your face, but they've got other problems.
I am staying down and I am staying
Well, you're unconscious
low
anyway, but they've got problems, so they're not going to worry about you for right now. Alarian, you were up. You're like.
Also, you can throw Atlas at them.
That's right.
Friend.
Do they stack?
Just what stack? I'm sorry.
Bardic Inspiration and Channel Inspiration.
Yes, because Channel Inspiration is just a regular inspiration.
Then I am inspiring Alarian.
All right. So Alarian is being channel inspired, and Alarian has been bardically inspired.
Yes.
So like, it's over 9,000. It's over 9,000, John, is what we're saying.
Well, one would hope. All right, now.
You remember what happened the last time you all did that to me?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That was hilarious.
John, do better.
So it's 14. I'm going to use the D6 because I know it's probably not going to be enough.
Yep.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. 17.
You'll be happy to know that's enough.
Oh, thank God. So that's 6 points. Wait, what was my damage? I don't even. It's gone. Oh, that was. Oh, yeah, 6 points.
Okay. So 6 points, solid hit. This scout, you just obviously get only a quick glimpse, but the scout looks pretty hurt. Not dead, but now seems pretty hurt. And you needed all of that to get there. All right. And then you could move closer if you want.
Now I moved
50 away.
Last time. No, I moved last time. I told you at the end of the round I moved last time. I should be only 20 away.
Oh, okay. So you moved at the end of the round. Okay. So 20
and
now.
Screw it. I don't want him to keep firing. I charge.
Okay.
I'm going to dash literally into him, but I can't
You
do
can't
that.
because they're over the
I'm going
pile.
to at least get
So-
on him so he can't use the bow anymore.
Yeah, so you're engaged with him. I got you.
Yep, pretty much.
All right.
Shield out, sword up, and we're going at it.
All right, that's going to bring us up to the top. Tanton, you are lying on the ground, wondering what happened in the last 6 seconds, but you
Thank you, friend.
You are here. And
thank you, Marie.
What would you like to do?
Yeah.
Well, seeing my very large metallic friend move in on that, I'm like, this smile starts spreading across my face. Now, my question is, and this is because of my army days, if you're laying prone, I can accept the fact that you can't use a longbow or something,
right?
Because that's stupid. But a crossbow,
yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay.
Yes, because you're using because of where
the advantage of a crossbow. One
yeah.
of them, yes, right there.
It's certainly not
prone.
Speed over a bow.
No, but firing while prone is a good thing.
Although punching power on some crossbows could be more powerful than what a longbow could do, depending on the longbow.
Yeah.
Did you know?
As long as it's not a Welsh longbow you're talking about, because those things are terrifying.
Yeah, well, the thing that's like 5 times the size. Yeah, like
right.
It's like
you gotta
grabbing a tree.
Put your foot into it.
Oh god. Like all Welsh longbowmen must have been like 7 feet. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you can do that. So go ahead and fire away. Now I am gonna say, since you've got Alarian right on top of them, you are from the ground shooting over a scrap pile. I will allow you to use a crossbow, but I'm going to give you disadvantage on this, Tanton. This is like quite a shot from the ground over a pile, over and next to Alarian. So I'll let you do it with a crossbow, but it's going to be a disadvantage. So don't worry about the -2. This is just disadvantage on this one.
Before I commit to this.
Yes.
Because your ruling is that, or your table rule is that if you stand up, that uses all of your movement.
Yes.
Not half of it. Okay.
Correct.
So even if I stood up, I couldn't get over to it.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, unless you double move, but then you couldn't do anything.
Right.
You could be like, I'm here. Ha-ha! Like,
Just walk up behind me and go, hello. Like my arrow said before, found you.
Yeah. Tag, you're it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, disadvantage. This should be fun. Beep.
That would have been so nice.
6.
Oh, that's a miss, sadly. But still. So yes, Alarian, the scout indeed drops the bow, draws the short sword, and attacks you twice.
Jesus Christ.
That is going to be a 11. That's a
miss.
Terrible. That's a 21 as the second one.
Oh.
That will hit.
Not natural, just and
A natural 21.
Natural 21. No. Only 3 points of damage though,
What does
Alarian.
that die look like?
So, why it looks something like this. No, okay.
Stop.
So,
Stop it.
that's
I'm
going
at
to be
7.
that. They're going to stay. Yep.
No.
All right, and that's going to bring us down to Merime. Merime, you are currently up and functional. One note, by the way, to the party. Remember that until the combat ends, your deaths, successes, and failures remain in place. So if you drop below 0 again, you start with whatever numbers you had. So it's not like we all start refreshed again. So that ain't my rule. That's their rule. Yeah.
Mary, do me a favor and finish this guy off, please. That would be great.
Right. So after firing, can I use my movement to stand up?
Sure. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Definitely.
Then I'm on my feet. Okay.
Okay. So that's going to lead us to, who did I say? Oh, Mermaid.
Me.
Yes.
Top of the round.
So I'm going to turn to Nisiana, who's lying on the ground beside me, and I'm going to say, "This reminds me of our sleepovers. This is nice." And then I'm going to hold up my hand, and I'm going to use my last spell slot. And I'm going to go do the whole whisper thing again into the head,
Yep.
which you will then fail your throw.
No,
what
it
kind
won't.
of sleep? You know what? Never mind. I don't want
That
it.
is a terrible damage roll, though. You might as well fail it.
Yeah, I did fail. I did not fail it. I rolled a 21 total.
A natural 21?
No, not a natural 21. Okay. So, but it is going to do
But
2 points of damage.
Yeah, 2 points of damage, right?
Not
And you're
dead.
feeling it in your heart.
That could make all the difference.
Very, very hurt though. Not dead, but very hurt. Okay, and you're staying where you are, Mermaid, I assume.
I'm having fun. This is good.
Nisiana, you're up next.
And I call upon Eberron once more.
Ah, yes, that's
To
right.
just deal with this person.
You know, their dexterity is real good.
I know.
Sorry.
I know their dexterity is really good, but this is pretty much all I have. Oh,
I'm
wait,
totally. You're doing the absolute right thing. I'm just, apologetically explaining why she made the dexterity
if
save
I
again.
were trying to use the crossbow, I'd be going at disadvantage, wouldn't I?
Yeah. Plus, you hit them once already. I mean, so no, you wouldn't be at disadvantage. Well, yeah, you would because you're on the ground right now. So
Yeah,
yes, you would be. Yeah. So I mean, this is the smart thing to do. It's just their dexterous. This is not intended to be an easy fight at all, and you're finding
It
all out that
certainly
it isn't.
I will agree.
I'm going to let you in on a
Definitely not.
secret. It's not.
It's not. So we go over Yana, who is stable, and that leads us to Alarion.
Rob, check message, please, in chat, Zoom chat.
The message says, "Can I throw your body towards my enemy?"
Well, I'm tempted, but
It's like the fastball special with Wolverine
exactly.
and Colossus.
Oh man, the power of friendship compels you. Exactly, live.
okay, well, yes, I am.
If this dude turns out to be Zardar or whoever the hell that guy was, I'm going to be really mad.
Yana is not all right, Timaeus. I mean, Yana is stable, but Yana is not all right. Okay.
So
All
Rob
right,
has to do
Alarion.
something before I can go.
Ah, I see. I wonder what you were all talking about. Okay, so Rob has inspired Alarion. This is perfect. We see the value of this inspiration system. All right, so go ahead.
Now
You've
with
got
my
your
sword, which I'm much
Yep.
more proficient with. But watch, now that I said that, I probably just screwed it up. Or not.
Yay!
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Hello. Just take your pick. All right.
Yeah, exactly. I only did a measly. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, my damage is 2 1s. I did 4 points.
So you had 4 points damage. The good news, though, is these one would really hurt, and so this one sort of drops to her knees, and as sort of like holds up, and then says, "It won't matter. You're all dead, and the clock gets you," and then doosh, and falls over on her face. And I don't think anyone is currently dying, so we are out of initiative.
Fresh as a daisy.
So no
Yeah,
one
everything's
needs to
fine.
Spare the dying on them.
Yeah, I was gonna say no. Everybody is currently out of initiative and out of danger.
Fine and dandy.
So Yana's at 1 hit point. I'm at 1 hit point. Merime is at 1 hit point. Trendane, what is?
Am
When
I
you're
at
at
one hit point?
No,
You're still
I think
unconscious even.
Yana's
You're
Yana is
at 0.
unconscious. Yana is
Yana's
currently at negative.
unconscious,
Yeah.
But
but I
she's
don't have
stable.
to spare
Stable.
the dying.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm at a huge 7.
Yeah, I have Tantan at 1. I have Merime at 1. I have Nisiana at 1. I have Yana at -4 but stable, and I have Alarion at 7.
Okay.
And I have Alarion at
Wow.
7. That
What
was
will
that
I
was
do to
brutal.
bring Yana up to 1?
Jeez.
I think everyone in that fight was unconscious except for Alarion, right? At some
Yep.
point, everyone went down.
Yep.
Yeah.
We all are now to the death's door group.
Emerald
Yes,
Claw,
'cause
Emerald
we've
Claw
all done it at the
people.
first level.
You don't want to mess with them. Okay.
Holy crap! Well,
so-
unless you're forced to, Arv. Thank you very much.
Look, I'm just calling balls and strikes here.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
Hey, he's just the DM. It's not his fault.
Yeah, don't blame me.
We stepped out of that door. We knew exactly what we're doing.
All right. So, as you were
Come on.
as you were there looking at the remains, you hear from behind you. I see. I may have come a little late to this
Oh my
party.
God.
You motherfucker.
And as you turn around, you see
How dare you.
Sheriff walking into the scrapyard with the lance spear is off of her shoulder and electricity arcing up and down it. And she looks down to see the body of Ebenezer, and she kneels down, sort of checks pulse, then stands up, then comes over, and without saying anything, immediately comes over to you, Yana, and leans down over you, feels the neck, and looks up and says, "Do any of you have a way to heal your compatriot?"
Yes.
And so Sheriff stands and kind of nods at you, Tanton.
Oh, are you giving me permission?
And the sheriff says, "I assumed you would be better suited to do so than whatever my limited healing power could be."
Is that a yes?
And the sheriff doesn't answer, just sort of looks at you.
And so there's just an acidity to the way that he's saying this, and he's like, "Step back, please."
And so the sheriff steps out of the way.
And so Tanton pulls his pack off his back and puts it down, and just starts pulling parts out of his bag that are just like dropping out of pockets on the sides, and it's just completely overstuffed with just what almost looks like junk, except for some of it is very complex.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just digging down to the bottom of the pack, and so he pulls out this dented metallic flask that they got the first time they went out into the Mournlands.
Okay.
And he holds up his hand. He's like, "So which way should I do it? Potion? Or something more arcane?" And he's looking at Nisiana when he says this.
I would go with arcane for the moment because
Save this for later. There.
Yes.
And he
Go with arcane.
puts his hand down and he casts Cure Wounds. That'll have you get 8 points.
And that's 8 because you started 0 on a heal. So, Yana, that brings you up to 8 out of 10.
Oh, nice.
So as Sheriff waits silently as watching as
while
Tanton, as
that's
you go through.
happening,
Yeah, sure.
I grab, since she died right in front of me, grab the masked person body, go haul it over to Sheriff.
Okay.
Go get the other one, haul it over to Sheriff.
Okay.
Go get the dead scientist, researcher, med, whatever the hell he was, and drag that over to Sheriff.
Okay.
Were you just making your rounds and you happen to hear the commotion?
And
eyes are sparking practically, but my voice is still as calm as I just said it.
so Sheriff says, "No." Oop, sorry, I was a little loud. The Sheriff says, "No. I was given the warning that you may have run into some difficulty. I figured I needed to come and see for myself. The only thing I know for sure is that I was given this as a anonymous tip, a note passed under my door saying to help you at the scrap yard. I came as soon as I got that note."
Do I believe them?
You can make an insight check to double check for sure. And hi, JLC.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Josie.
I am also doing an insight
Sure.
check because
Yeah.
I was going to say there's a lot of people here who are like,
Mine's at advantage always. Oh, wow, we're all like on it.
You're like,
I am like,
yeah.
Yep.
So I would say for sure, because you're always doing an advantage, you said, right, Mary May? Yeah, you're pretty sure that Sheriff is telling the truth. From what you can tell, Sheriff is responded as quickly as possible. It also comports with what you've heard from everybody, including those who might have reason to not particularly like Sheriff because of having run afoul of the law before. That Sheriff did come when she received this note.
okay.
And Sheriff says, "I am sorry to see that this attack happened, and I can see as well who might have been responsible. I've heard of these before." And she's looking down at the the figures with the masks and everything. This I think is the
masks.
Emerald Claw. Okay, so when you pull down the masks, you can see that one of these was a human. The other one, and presumably it was the one that was moving much more quickly, you can still see a face which is still somewhat cat-like and pointed and even slightly perhaps whiskered. Almost certainly this is a shifter. In fact, if you had to guess, probably a swift stride shifter, not unlike Yana.
Mm-hmm. But it's not the one we met before.
No, it is definitely not.
Good.
You have never seen either of these. And Sheriff says, did these attack you on their own, or did they give you the names of, or not them, but did you find others who were responsible for this?
Valerian nudges the scientist guy, or the, whatever you want to call him, technician, I guess is the best way, and say, this one claimed there is a Emerald Claw person, contact, whatever you want to call it, in Salvation.
That is very troubling. Did he say who?
No, he was conveniently killed before he could share that information.
And
Actually, he claimed he didn't know, as I recall.
And Sheriff looks back down and so go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's like, Alarian, they were targeting me first. They came after me first.
Have I noticed they were shifters yet?
I would say only the one. One of them
was,
is a human, but the other one that was moving quickly, you do notice is a shifter. Yes, Yana.
Okay. I'm gonna wait till.
Yeah.
Does your house have any animosity? Well, I mean, everyone pretty much does because they're psycho-cultists, but
as far as I know,
any personal vendetta, shall we say, against the Claw, or vice versa that you know of?
Greg, is there anything that I know of from the house? I mean,
not that you're. I mean, it's quite correct that the Emerald Claw would be opposed to, basically anyone coming out of Rayland, for one thing. But certainly anyone that's working, anyone on the side of good would be the case. It is true that necromancers have particular dislike for healers for obvious reasons. However, these attacks on you, Nisiana. Hey, what's up, Rock God? These attacks on you, Nisiana, did not feel like they were motivated by you son of, they were quiet when they attacked, right? But
it was just deliberate. Like they were told, take this person out first.
Yep.
I don't know if it was tactical or not.
So you said that out loud to Ilarian, I assume, right? You just
Yes.
said that, right? So Yana, just before you speak,
Sure.
Sheriff says, it is also troubling to me because you, Nisiana, are the healer of the group, yes?
Yes. Most people, I mean, I understand that you wouldn't want your enemies healed, but a healer is valuable in general.
Not
And
if they
usually
wish you to be wiped out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they
I saw this in the war.
So I don't understand.
They would kill the opposing side completely. None survived.
Kill the healer first, and then wipe out the rest.
I mean, if they like undead things, that certainly makes a disgusting amount of sense.
Mm. Indeed.
So sorry, Yana. You can.
So when she notices that one of them is a shifter, with the with the encounters that she's had with shifters lately, and also having just gotten knocked out essentially and downed and nearly dead because of this one. Was that the one that downed her?
No, it was the other one that had. Let me think about that. No, I guess that was because she shot you. Yeah, I guess that was the one that downed you. The one you were sort of right on top of was the human, but yeah.
So she,
as you remember, it took forever to take out the shifter because it's so freaking fast.
Right. So she sort of goes over and sort of straddles the body and sort of squats down really quickly and sort of looks at the face and kind of just grabs the front of it and sort of pulls it towards her and just kind of like almost hissing at it and just can't, like, she doesn't even say words. She's just hissing at it. And then she just she thrusts it back down and she just wails on it. And every time she hits, she goes, traitor, 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 traitor. And she's just beating the hell out of this thing.
Sheriff observes this silently.
She just can't, and eventually she just continues to hit it until she's got no energy left, and she just is almost to tears. She's just like between the other guy in that whatever his name is, and this, she's had enough of these shifters that are just not what she is used to and not what she expects, and it's just she's angry and exhausted and mad as hell. And she just went like eventually she's just like she's almost I would say she's crying, but she's not. She can barely hold it back at this point, but eventually she realizes she's crying and she just kind of leaves the body be and stands up and just gets off the body, and it's like there's nobody else there. Nobody else there.
Okay.
I'm going to take out my lyre and just gently start strumming on it.
Ooh, we got background music now.
Gentle background music to calm her.
Yep. So when that's finished, I talk to Sheriff and say, other than this activity, has there been any other Emerald Claw activity in town that you're aware of?
I have not heard any rumors of Emerald Claw activity for many years. Some rumors in the Gray, perhaps, but not in Salvation itself. It's possible that the Claw agents simply lied to you. They are known for doing so.
He was not. Wait, we got that information from the guy, right?
You did. Who kept telling you he was not in the Claw, but I mean, he could have lied.
But the point was, he seemed too damn terrified.
He was very terrified of you.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm pretty sure. I'm reasonably certain they were telling the truth, because he looks at the scrapyard, looks at the buildings beyond. This would be an excellent base of operations for this region, for an Emerald Claw contact to start making their infiltration of the town.
Where's the woman who owns this place? She's the one who told, and he points to the assistant, told him to stay away from the tunnel. She might be a good person to start with.
Are you speaking of Eberron Karnak?
I believe so, yes.
Eberron is one of the Outpost's most powerful salvage brokers. I cannot say for sure, but she has always stayed on the right side of the law thus far.
As far as you know, cults don't usually operate out in the open.
The problem here is I cannot operate based upon suspicion. Is there evidence to directly tie her to these crimes?
We're standing in it.
This is not evidence of her. This belongs to her, but these agents could well have tunneled here from elsewhere.
The guy who hired us said that his boss knew about the tunnel and told everybody to stay away from it. It could have been to protect them, or it could have been to keep it a secret.
But you don't have to dirty your hands with such a casual, crude things as an interrogation. We'll just go see her on our own. I believe that's still possible.
And so Sheriff says,
You may, of course, do so if you wish. Though I would warn you that Eberron is not only powerful, but well guarded, and you could make an enemy out of her. I will, in the meantime, investigate this further. If it is true that she is responsible, I will bring her to justice myself as well. Anyone who is responsible cannot escape with their crimes.
Well, at least that is something we agree on.
And then she says, also be warned. She spends most of her time at the Salvation Hotel, where you are staying, I believe. And she is always accompanied by her guards. They're called the Ash Hounds. 10 of them, veterans. Now, you know that, veterans in kind of Eberron parlance are very gifted and experienced soldiers. 10 of them is a lot. And so it's just, something to just be aware of, that's a lot of power.
Yep.
Perhaps we should try charm first and making friends.
Having a gentle conversation after a very long nap.
Yeah.
There are other people to talk to about this first.
And perhaps some rest.
So Sheriff says, I don't mind cleaning up this mess if you wish to head back and get a head start on rest, or you can help me if you wish. It's up to you. And she puts her her spear, lightning spear, back on her back.
Can I look at the bodies, see if I can find anything that might drag them back, or maybe just like healing potions and shit? Like I am happy to loot bodies.
Right. I wanted to do that before we left anyway, so I'll let.
Also look for notes.
Meremy.
So the only thing that you find on the bodies of these people, you see the so you see the masks that we talked about before, but the cultists that you fought underneath had more markings than that to indicate their Emerald Claw kind of affiliation. Yeah, Jinx affiliation. They these ones only have the masks alone. And in fact, if you had just sort of lined them up next to the cultists, you would not have put these as the same group as the cultists or the same kind. These look different. I mean, not just, shifter human, but I mean, like literally is not even dressed the same way. And in fact, the clothing say again, I'm sorry.
Undercover.
They're
Could
messing
be.
with us.
It's possible, or mercenaries. It's conceivable that they
Except
are not
for the
members
one
of the
said
claw.
something about the claw to
They did.
Valerian.
That's right. They did. So it's just it's a little bit, but that's true. Either way, it definitely means that different groups that all were answering to somebody. The only thing that you find beyond, they have their longbows, those are pretty normal, the short swords, and the arrows. There's no gold or any other notes that you find on them. The only thing you find on anybody is on poor Ebenezer, and you can find in his pouch, is at the promised 10 gold that he had offered each of you, and that's still in the pouch. Now, Sheriff kind of, as he sees you getting to the pouch, Sheriff kind of is like, tilts her head as if
He promised us payment for investigating this, so I'm only taking our agreed upon payment.
We did take the job.
And we finished.
What was the payment offered?
10 gold pieces each. I'll even be honest.
And Sheriff sort of pauses as if kind of calculating and then nods and yes, that seems reasonable. And I saw the marking on the board. Of course, you may take that with you.
Wonderful. Is there only 10 gold pieces each?
And they're literally, that's apparently all he had. 50 gold pieces, and that's all.
I guess I won't try to pretend like that was. Okay, perfect. So I'll distribute it 10 gold pieces each.
He offered us 100 per. Yeah, yes. So anyway. Okay.
All right. Nothing, and Meremy, nothing else of interest.
No, nothing else. But there's no markings either, like whether were hired to come after us or they don't look like the other cultists. So.
Right, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did hire.
And I looked for tattoos. I didn't see any.
Nope.
Okay. Unless anyone else other thinks, Larian thinks that we're done here.
Yeah. We
Feeling
need to
pretty
rest.
Yeah, feeling
Yana
pretty
is
tired.
definitely done here.
I think
Okay.
most of you are actually. So yeah.
Yeah, Tanton is
Yeah.
just putting things back in his bag. So this whole time he's just been reloading and Tetrising shit into his backpack.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. In that case, then Valerian will look to Sheriff and say, "Yeah, we'll leave you to it."
Thank you for your work with this. I am sorry you came under attack, but I will reach out to you as soon as I find out anything.
Please do, and be careful.
We'll be in touch as well, depending on what our investigations bring up.
And Sheriff nods and then turns, and as there's a moment as you're sort of walking away where Sheriff just picks up the body of one of the cultists as easily as if it were just a handkerchief on the ground, and you're reminded for a moment about the strength of the Warforged. Valerian probably doesn't need reminding of what Starforged
Exactly.
and Warforged can do, but everyone else is like, oh, you know. So
Before Sheriff gets out of earshot,
Yeah, sure.
Tanton's like, oh, one thing.
And Sheriff turns.
I want you to consider something, if you would please. If we are going to wind up apparently doing the law's work, it might be neat, perhaps, to potentially be inducted as deputies pro tem, perhaps some sort of credentials that would lend us some credence if we have to do investigations.
And Sheriff pauses and then says, I thought you had already given me a deputy.
Well, apparently that's not enough, is it?
I will consider it, Tanton de Kenneth.
Please?
And then Sheriff nods and then turns back. Okay. As you make your way back to the inn, I'm going to take a moment to reset and welcome everybody to Day 6 of D&D with I&B, Eberron Oracle of War, The Nightland. Part
Almost
6.
The last day.
And I was just going to say, and this will definitely be the final set, since you survived all this, unless you, well, I guess it depends on whether you decide to go in all guns blazing.
Almost
on
needed to go
Karnak,
find a new
party.
party.
But yeah, exactly. But it is Day 6 of Eberron Oracle of War. If you like what you have seen so far, please make sure to follow the channel, support the Patreon, and please reach out and support these people in their various endeavors, whether it is writing or editing or streaming or voice acting or any of those things. Please support them because they are awesome people and players. All right.
To quote the great Bernadette Peters, I'll just say, some of us don't like the way you've been telling it. No. That's from Into the Woods. Anyway.
So let me see. Let me just double check on the. Okay. So we've been. Oh, okay. So yes. So we'll about 10 minutes. We will take a break, and then we will come back on the other side. So, but you head back to town. So I assume you're heading back to your hotel, to the inn, to basically get some well-needed.
Oh yes.
R&R.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's gonna.
yes.
Yana's gonna get back there and just literally collapse in a corner.
Okay. All right. So you're all able to do that. And if you're assuming you're all doing that and then resting, doing a long rest, which is what I believe everyone's doing, then you can restore hit points then.
No, actually, you know what? I need to guard just in case. So
Yes,
I'm
please.
not. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
That's fine.
So Tanton will restore, as will Merime, as will Nisiana.
Is there a particular role or something we have to do for restoring hit points?
Full rest, you get everything back.
Right. Exactly.
And our
Excellent.
spell slots
That's
too.
the joy of a long versus a short. Yeah.
Has my armor recovered yet?
So yeah, your armor has now recovered. It is, however, troubling to you, Alarian, that it took this long for it to happen.
Yes, quite.
So you're now, I think, at 5 out of 5, right? for that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But yeah, he's they spend a lot of time thinking about that. And occasionally casting a glance at us sleeping.
Oh, actually, wait. No, hold on a second now, because you're guarding. So
I have Sentry's Rest, which I don't need to sleep, but I
yes.
recover. I just need to stay still.
that's right.
But
Okay.
I'm still alert. I cannot be surprised yet.
That's right. Got it.
And occasionally they will cast a look over at Mia Tanton, Tagasha, to Kenneth as they sleep. But just thinking. A lot of thinking.
Okay. And now this happened. Remember, this was the morning, so basically, if you went straight back, basically you wake up. It's the classic, Vegas wake up. It's 11 o'clock, time to roll, right?
May I interrupt real quick?
Yes,
I'm
sure.
sorry.
Go ahead, Rob.
Because while we were sleeping, I wanted to have one quick moment with. It's very brief. Just having Altus say something, which I think, John, you will appreciate because this is exactly what Altus would say. So while she's sleeping and in her head, Yana is thinking about that shifter that attacked her. She hears Yana say this. Yana, I am sorry I could not protect you better. But you must not run into the fire. If you want me to help you, you must let me. Being brash will only get you hurt again. And she kind of hears this, and she doesn't really respond, but she knows that Altus is right, and it kind of makes her, like, she's very resistant to what he's saying, and then she just hears again, Yana, you must let me help you. That is all I want, is for us to remember. We cannot do that if we are gone. And she then suddenly relaxes, like every muscle in her body, and falls into perhaps the deepest sleep she's ever had.
Okay. So when the rest is concluded and the evening has come, you are then at liberty to, if you wish, you can actually do whatever you like as we're at the evening time.
So make sure. Well, I'll be up before everyone else because I only need 6 hours of this anyways, and make sure food is ready, as I imagine that all the flesh forms will be starving. So make sure dinner's here. And
did you call us flesh forms?
Yes.
Accurate.
Yes, he did. Yes, they did.
I love it.
And just still thinking about things. So yeah, dinner will be here when everyone's up, and yeah, eat.
Okay.
Tanton at some point just and just lashes out with a hand and grabs his journal, flips it open to the first blank page, and just starts frantically scribbling arcane formula into it.
Alrighty.
Okay.
When Yana smells food, she kind of like, it's weird when you watch it because the only thing you can relate it to is a cat. She doesn't really like, it's done expertly, but it's clearly tired and not super interested in moving, but knowing she has to move. So she kind of rolls towards the food and figures out a way to sort of make her way over to it and just starts eating in the what you would consider not the most classy way a person would eat food. But in her case, she just needs to put the food in her mouth, and then she's going to go immediately back into the corner and go back to sleep until they're ready to do something.
Okay.
Merime and Nisiana, are you still resting?
When I've had a long rest, I will get up and say a small prayer and eat. Poke Merime, make her get up.
The rising moon, by the way, light of the rising moon shines in through the window. It's pretty quiet in Salvation.
It's kind of late to go see someone.
They are not who I suggest we see right away.
Can't we just stay on the floor for a while? It's comfy here.
The floor is not comfortable. The bed is comfortable.
Oh.
And who are we going to go see?
So hang on a second. So Arv, it was literally after sunrise when we went to do this.
Originally,
Oh.
right? Then you were
Yeah.
down for about an hour, so you were
Right.
up there. It was still early morning. It was probably
Correct.
like maybe
So-
9 a.m.
So this would be like even, well, if we
So
8
maybe
hours
if you
rest,
got back to town
10
like
hour
say
rest.
10, 11. Yeah, I guess that's true. I suppose if you
Like
for
if
8
it's
hours.
Yeah, we're looking at 6 at the latest.
Yeah,
Let's say
you're right.
We
You're
took
probably
10
right.
hours.
So forget the
So
moon. It's probably about
evening.
6 or 7.
It's
yeah.
evening. Yeah. So I'm
Pretty
thinking
low in the sky.
we need to update Hallel, whatever his name
Hilaire?
is. Yes.
Hilar?
Hilar.
Yes.
Hallel.
I said Hallel.
Oh, okay.
I tried to get the H in there at
Is
least.
he related to Kal-El,
I was
or
gonna
is there
say.
something?
His
Okay.
uncle. Yeah.
Okay, so Hilar, yes.
And then I wish to speak to another salvage broker about the one that we're eventually going to see first, to see if we can glean a couple of salvage brokers about the one we're going to see if we can get any information first.
Okay.
It proved very useful when we saw, God bless America, when we visited Zodor. The information I gathered proved very useful. I have a feeling visiting these people will prove just as useful.
John, you remembering all of these names proves very useful to me.
No, 'cause I
'cause
wrote them down on my bio, dude. That's why. So
It would be good to go see a Hilar too, because Nisiana could look at the body finally, and perhaps we could dispose of it before he gets cross with us. He can get quite cross. If I've seen it.
Okay, so
true.
so have you just are you going to Hilar first or?
Hey, we can
Larry
split
needs
the
to
party.
ponder. Larry needs to ponder that for a second.
Yes, we could split the party. Nisiana and I could go see Hilar, because it always works well.
I would suggest
That
taking
nod. You see that nod? Mm-mm.
I would go down narrow alleyways. Just a lot of.
Yeah. What's the darkest, scariest
Yeah.
path? Let's go that way and leave our weapons.
I
What
wish
situation
we hadn't
can
gone
we
down
possibly?
This way,
How can we
All by
set
ourselves
ourselves
with
up?
a pouch full of gold.
Yes. How can we set ourselves up for a situation that's worse than the one that we just came out of? Let's figure this out.
What's up,
Upping the
Let's go.
stakes.
Hey,
Upping the
Limo.
stakes.
Ay. I'm so tired. We're not even at the break yet.
Well, it is.
you
it
you
is-
will be as soon as you decide where you're going.
Yeah, let's go see him first. That's fine.
Unless they specifically ask Yana to do so, she is not moving from the bed. She is in complete don't cat mode. Don't poke the cat mode. She just does not care. She is sleeping. She's curled in a corner.
Can we
She-
can lock the door from the outside, right? Should be a way to do so. If we all leave, we don't want people to go running around in our room.
Yeah, I guess you would be able
Yeah.
to.
All right. Well, then, if she's not, it's not something she has to be here with us for. So
Should we leave her alone though? I mean, Yana, do you not want to come?
She's asleep.
We're gonna
I
go
think.
poke a dead body.
She doesn't answer.
Okay.
If you had to guess, she will eventually come back, but she just the last couple of hours have taken a huge toll on her. Like she just really needs some time.
well, nearly getting killed will do that to you.
That actually doesn't bother her. I mean, you don't know this, but I'm saying it. That doesn't bother her nearly as much as the fact that she was nearly killed, if not, almost deadened by a fucking fellow shifter. Like for reasons you don't understand.
Yeah, or don't even know about.
Right.
Mia Tanton, are you still writing? Have you kept on writing, or do you stop eventually?
He's still writing, but he's following him.
Okay, let's keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't walk into anything or anybody.
Probably wise.
yeah, okay. All right. And I assume, pointing to Marame and Nisiana, you're both coming as well. So the four of us, and Valerian will lock the door behind himself and downstairs. No, and just leave.
And as the party with Yana in the room, as the rest of the party heads off to see Lieutenant Hilar Brassal and report, We are going to take a break. It will be about 8 minutes, let's say, 10:02, so we'll be back here about 10:10 Eastern. You are watching Day 6 of D&D with INB, Eberron Oracle of War, The Nightland. Again, if you like what you see in here, please follow, support, do all that good stuff. And otherwise, we'll be back after the break. Hold tight.
Trendane, don't choke on your food.
No choking.
10.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
Nuts.
Welcome, everyone, back to day 6 of D&D with INB, Eberron Oracle of War, the Nightland. Good turnout tonight.
That's a mouthful.
And we are closing in on 40 people. Good turnout. Welcome, everybody, and I hope you're enjoying what has been an awesome session so far that I have really enjoyed. And when we last left our heroes, they were on their way to meet their contact from
Greg,
Brayland.
Greg,
Yes.
I'm really sorry, but I turned off my camera, so we're all messed up. I'm really sorry.
Do you recall? No,
Hey,
it's fine.
I'm Yana now.
It's just so
Alright.
funny because I literally was
I
like,
know.
see, somebody does this.
I was
I'm
like,
Nisiana, yay!
So does this mean I'm going to sing now?
Yes, you are.
I just
Check
completely
out those golden
forgot.
pipes, buddy.
That's
And they assured me that you would see it before you went back up.
No, because I was like, these people are all like veterans of, they will never, you know.
No, totally. My bad. My mistake.
Yeah, it's not like
No,
Arv
that's
said when
cosplay.
I was walking away, just don't turn off your camera. He never said that. That never happened.
That never happened. That was not all. No, that's fine. So they were on their way to meet. Okay, I think now everything is fixed.
There we go. Thank you.
Yes.
Although it'll be interesting to see.
Make me a Starforged now.
Okay, give me a second. Yep, hold on. I should have realized it was going to affect the
I
map.
should
one,
have
too.
realized.
No, not that. I meant if I should have realized. I should have realized that this would happen. No, I should have realized that my maps one was also going to be affected.
Oh, I feel so bad.
John Yana.
No,
Yes.
it's no problem. All right.
Arv, as you're fixing that, there's one very minor retcon I want to make that Ilarion did back at the scrapyard.
Okay.
It's just that he took one of the green masks with him.
Okay, sure. That's fine.
Yep, that's it. That's all they wanted.
Fine. Okay, there we go. Much better. Okay, so you're on your way to meet your contact in Salvation for the King's Citadel, and that, of course, is Lieutenant Hilar Brasal. And when you arrive at his house, the outside door is closed, obviously, but otherwise looks very much the way that you left it the time before. Yeah.
You do the secret knock.
Mm.
Get
Okay.
upset if I don't.
And so you do that, and he comes to the door, and he opens the door, and you see it is indeed Hilar, and he says, "Ah, I see. I've heard you've been busy."
And then some. May we come in?
Absolutely. And he steps back and allows you to pass in. And when you get in, you notice as well that there has been a little bit of movement. You, of course, had left something with him, as you remember, and that now actually is up on a table, the body that you left, and it looks as if, it's hard to say for sure, but it looks as if there has been some maybe some investigation done, that he may have had someone do it or himself, but you can tell that it's wound slightly differently and so forth with the sheet that you put around it and all this different stuff. So it looks like he's been looking into it a little bit. As you come in, he looks at all of you, at the four of you, and says, well, you look like hell warmed over. I suppose you've had a rest, but you've been in a little bit of business. What happened?
We met with the Emerald Claw. That's what happened. Oh, and we
And he
went
kind of-
inside
and
a
he kind of-
Colossus.
And he's, I think that's the takeaway. That's the second point. Like, oh yeah, and also, but when you say Emerald Claw, he.
And Ilarion, without a word, holds out the mask to him.
And he sort of takes it and he says, damnation. You know, trouble.
Salvation. Totally different.
And he kind of he's sort of used to you by now, Tint, and he kind of looks over and kind of nods once.
Used to you.
And he looks back, looking at this green mask, and he says,
So Ilarion gives him a quick breakdown on exactly what happened in the salvage yard. The tunnel, the secret compartment, the dead bodies, the people we found there, the trap on the way back. No, we burned the bodies.
Yeah. And Mary will jump in and add color.
Okay. And then, okay.
Right, pretty much. Yeah, Ilarion's more of just the facts.
And he pretty much just listens as you're telling the story.
Yeah, wrapping up with, and here's where we are. And came here to let you know that cultists are afoot in Salvation.
I'm sure that Mary May, at some point, like when Ilarion describes that we got through the door, opened it, and there were all these bodies, and she's like, "Da-da!" You know?
I'm like adding musical chords and then metaphors. There's metaphors missing imagery. We talked about this, but that's okay. I got you.
Everybody's medical things when they say something wrong. I'm like, no, actually, the embalming fluid's supposed to go on the inside of the body.
Also, do you tell, as you're explaining all this, do you explain the way the combat? I guess my question would be, do you the way the combat went down?
And they shot at me first.
Yeah, I'll let her say that exactly.
That never happens.
Angry music down in the nose.
Hans Zimmer.
They don't usually target the healer. Well, okay. In my experience, I have not been targeted first. Usually it's the big metal one who gets targeted first.
And he he kind of nods, and you're all sitting at this point as he's telling you this. And
I'm not.
Unless you choose not to be.
Well, because I'll break his chair.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
But
I thought you hovered.
Exactly. But I still stand. No, when I sit, I sit.
Oh,
Tanton is standing next to Ilarion, occasionally grabbing his arm and, grabbing their arm and moving it back and forth and scribbling down some more notes. And,
okay.
like he's not really paying attention to the conversation, but he's figuring out upgrades.
So Hilar Brasal Hilar waits, and after you're done, sort of says nothing for a long while, and then the problem with living so long is eventually everything repeats itself in the end. And that means the Emerald Claw on top of everything else.
Met them before?
Yes. Well, not these particular ones, but yeah, I've run in with Emerald Claw. The problem with the Emerald Claw is that Karnath doesn't want anything to do with them, at least not officially. And yet, the fact they're coming out of Karnath means it's a problem for Brayland. And that means that we've got bigger issues here. It could be that they just sent people out into the gray and they ended up finding their way over here. That wouldn't surprise me too much. The Emerald Claw sometimes stretches out a little bit, and since they are an underground organization, it makes sense they stay out of the way. Their salvage missions go farther. But it doesn't scan. And it doesn't scan especially because of what they were trying to do to you, Nisiana. He kind of looks over at you and he says, the way to get rid of someone, to get rid of a group if you don't want to deal with them, is to get rid of their healer. But there's a bigger problem than that. If they got rid of you and you just arrived in Salvation, it means someone is feeding them info. They know who you are, Nisiana, and probably all the rest of you too. And then he says, speaking of which, where's Yana?
She's napping. She was a little bit grumpy.
And he kind of nods and he says, I don't know if it means they're targeting you specifically yet, but it means they know about you, and that's just as bad.
We're not exactly subtle.
I didn't ask you to be subtle when you first got here. You're doing what you're supposed to do, ingratiating yourself to the people of Salvation. But now, things are more complicated. So who's your guess as to who's running this thing, if it ain't them coming from Karnath and just happening to make their way into this Colossus?
What do you know about Aurelian Karnak?
Karnak. Aurelian Karnak's a salvage broker. Rich one, maybe the richest one in Salvation of the area around. That's the one who...
Well, they hold up a hand. The base of operations was on their salvage yard. The manager, who is now deceased, was warned by Aurelian Karnak not to interfere or go near the tunnel. Why would she say this if she did not know what was going on beneath and not want it to get out into the town? It is circumstantial evidence, but it is evidence, certainly enough to go and have a conversation with her once I have visited a couple of the people in town.
And he nods slowly and he says, I think your instincts are right, but if you're going to deal with Aurelian, you're going to need more, I think, than circumstantial evidence, Ilarion. Say you go and confront her with this information. Say you bring someone, me or Sheriff, or hell, a couple other people that you've done favors for in town. Even if you have them behind you, the Ash Hounds have got more to cover anything else. The Ash Hounds are his security, private. Her security, excuse me, private. And they're strong and they're not to be messed with. In fact, Arulin generally doesn't even go out much, mostly just to go back and forth to the scrapyard, if anywhere. But if Arulin is doing something like this, you're going to need something to lock it in sure and proper. Because if you go in there, accuse her, and make an enemy out of her, well, then you're going to have other problems. Suddenly she's going to know that you're onto her here, and, what's more, she's going to want to make sure that she removes you from the equation as soon as possible. That's not me saying that you can't talk to her if you don't want to. But if you just go and speak to her, she's either going to laugh it off or she's going to take offense. You got to get something direct. Something that links her somehow.
And Tanton looks up from Ilarian's arm that he's not gesturing with. Or if it's the one that they're gesturing with, just every time he holds up a hand. But
Okay.
The funny part is you can wave it around if you want, because Ilarian doesn't seem to react in any way as you're examining it. So if you want to use it to like point it like, oh, like that,
Do you
he
mean
just watch
that
you, and that's all.
it was,
Yeah.
no, I mean, it was the point where Ilarian said they raise up a hand and go, wait.
Oh,
And it's like at that point,
No,
I'm sure
you do the other one.
like,
Actually.
okay.
No, you do the other one. He's polite.
But
It's fine.
upon hearing the word direct come out of Hilar's mouth, Tandy kind of looks up and says, you know, it's interesting that you should mention that. The tunnel in question was apparently dug from all the way out in the Mournlands directly beneath the Colossus. As if they knew exactly how far and what direction to dig to end up under that scrapyard, under that Colossus.
And, you know, Hilar looks
Before
troubled.
Hilar can say anything, Ilarian looks over you. Well, how do you know they did not dig it out from the Colossus itself?
I believe we discovered that, didn't we?
No,
Yes,
your
but it
secret
was-
door, but it could have gone either way, dude. They could
Yeah, it
have,
was the
they could have
secret door.
started in the secret in the Colossus and dug out from there. They didn't have to
No.
come in necessarily
Well,
and
according
build the secret door on their way.
the person who told us about it, the dead guy, is like, it just the tunnel just appeared. So
Yeah, but-
if
but
it
he has
started
no
from the
idea.
outside in, it would have made a hell of a lot more noise.
It's a salvage yard. There's a lot of noise here made anyways. So
But
I don't know.
more
I'm not taking his explanation at face value. That's
No,
all.
I could have sworn when we played last, or that when we discovered the tunnel, that in our investigation you had said that it was clear that it was dug
That it was dug this way.
to.
Yeah,
Theoretically, yeah.
I had the same roll.
Yeah,
You and
that's
I
right.
actually agreed.
Oh,
on
okay. Okay.
That's right.
All right.
Theoretically, that is correct. That you had it sort of digging in there. However, so that's yeah. You make that point, but so Hilar says, don't get me wrong, I agree with you, and it makes some sense. Arulin's known to be difficult to deal with, although I've never heard any call about her being someone who's not at least neutral in the situation of Braylon versus anybody else. The problem, though, is that even if I believe you, and even if it makes sense, it's still not the evidence we need. It could just as easily have been Ebenezer that told them about where this thing was, and then they killed him before he could confess to you what it was he was saying. It is possible that someone else was involved, perhaps one of the other people that have been following you around, perhaps after you did one of your other tasks. I'm not saying that those things make as much sense as your explanation, but I ain't the one you got to convince. It's going to be Sheriff, and you're going to need the entire town on your side, because frankly, by themselves, the Ash Hounds could probably bring a lot of salvation to their knees unless everyone's united against them, and that ain't going to be the case based on this.
Well, someone's got to be feeding them information if they knew us so well, because we've never met her. So if we figure out who the leak is from amongst the people we've met, then we might be able to at least find leverage.
I know. I agree with you. But the problem is, how? The people who know exactly who you work for are me. And he sort of says, and he looks around and he says, And I'm happy to do whatever zone of truth or anything else is necessary to reveal what I know about all of you to all of you. And other than that, it's just the people that you've encountered so far, and even them, they're not going to know, maybe they'll know some of the things that you do, but they're not going to know the details. Moreover, let's say that they do know who you are. What if they also know who you're working for? No one here knows but me that you're in the King's Citadel.
It may just be our effectiveness has attracted the wrong kind of attention. Certainly, a group like us could upset the balance of power in this town. And the fact that we work for the Citadel may not even enter into it. Other power groups see us as a threat and wish to eliminate us. It's very plausible.
He nods and he starts ticking things off. He says, well, let's see. Thus far, you've managed to almost anger... Oh, sorry, no, I forgot the name.
Aha!
Zola. Yeah.
Zardor.
Zola.
Zodor.
It is Zodor. He said, you almost... No, he's like, no, let me finish.
Yeah.
He says, you almost managed to anger Zodor, but then you ended up pulling him onto your side.
An agreement.
Yeah. Then you ended up pulling him onto your side, yeah. Whist might have gone the wrong way, but you managed to get them on your side and get them deputized, sort of with Sheriff. Sheriff, frankly, isn't the kind of type to hold grudges anyway. At most, Sheriff would have demanded that you do something above the law and maybe would have brought you in. But Sheriff ain't gonna, hire assassins and send people after you. So, who is it that's got a grudge on you against you in this town? Or who is it that you might have ticked off or angered?
Don't forget we returned the artifact to Mother Janana Telpus Skendros, so there would certainly be no bad feelings from the church.
We rescued that scout.
So far, all you've done is help people. I don't see any reason for anyone to be angry about it.
Exactly.
Been great.
Unless they don't want those people to be helped, whoever they are.
Unless they don't want salvation to be better than it is. Unless they want salvation to fail or to be
Cool.
Weakened.
I wasn't
So it
going
can be
to say
taken
lawless,
over.
but if they wanted it to be lawless, they'd just take out Sheriff. Of course, I don't know how
Correct.
hard that would be. So
We have not seen how effective Sheriff is. Upholding the law, I have my doubts. In combat, probably much more skilled.
I agree. I've seen Sheriff in combat, and I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of her. Not to mention the fact that for all of Sheriff's problems, Sheriff, first of all, is only one creature, and secondly, Sheriff sometimes arrives on the scene a little bit late, as she did with you, as you probably noticed. And he says, but having said that, it says a lot that someone is essentially incorruptible, and I don't believe that Sheriff can be bribed or taken off what they believe in. If she said that she's going to look into what you said, I have no doubt she will, but it's going to take her too long to figure things out.
and someone tipped off Sheriff, someone who I guess likes us. So how did they know what was going on?
Right. And he kind of shakes his head.
These ash holes that you talk about.
Yeah, good way to put them. Ash hounds, but yeah.
Oh, right. Thank you. Are they strictly mercenaries, or do you have any sense that they are a just group?
No, they ain't just. They're mercenaries for sure. But they're the most difficult kind of mercenaries because they're very well paid. It is extremely hard to outpay what she's able to do for them. Plus, they've been working for Arillan Karnak for a long time, and they're considered to be some of the elite here in Salvation. I wouldn't call them good, though, unless Arulan's word is what's good. And as we've talked about, I have my doubts now. That said, they are very disciplined. You're not going to be able to come at them and distract them and throw them around one way or the other. They know how to close ranks, and they ain't going to run when things seem to be going badly right off the top.
How much would you say, or what would you say, her income is from the salvage yard and whatever her businesses happen to be?
It's considerable. I don't know exactly what the coinage would be, but she was...
Enough to pay them.
Oh, by far, easily. And also to squirrel some away. No one really knows where she keeps all of it, but it's a sure bet that she could afford something better than the Salvation Hotel if she wanted to do that. But she seems
Yet
content
she chooses to stay there.
That's right. But Salvation Hotel is a place where a lot of people go, as you all know.
How long has Irulian Karnak been here?
Oh, years, I would say. Probably 2, 3. Whenever she first came in, she was just one of several other salvage brokers, and she ain't the only one. You've met Zodor, that's another one, and there's others. But she established herself as one of the ones you didn't want to mess with. She's ruthless with competition, and although she does everything supposedly legally, she's willing to do what it takes to make a profit. And she's been able to keep the people happy enough to keep enough of them on her good side. There was a festival round here about 6 months ago before you all arrived. She was the one who provided the prizes for everyone, made it all clear who it was that was sponsoring the festival. There's still some folks who don't trust her. There's some other folks who she's done wrong. But she's kept enough of them on their side that they're not going to be unified. And that means your only unified force, at the moment, is you and the Ashhounds. And maybe now, he kind of leans back, the Emerald Claw.
Well, again, our evidence is circumstantial at best. It is feasible, although somewhat implausible, that this base of operations may have been established in the salvage yard without her knowledge. But again, that idea is implausible at best. Such a person sounds like they know everything that goes on in their domain. It seems highly unlikely they would allow this to flourish under their nose and just look the other way.
And he says, when you say that, he goes, there was something now that I remember it. I haven't thought about that, though, since... Oh, wait a moment. And so he stands up, and he walks out, and then he comes back, and he's holding a what looks like the front page of a newspaper. And it is the front page of the Salvation Times, which you all know is the kind of local newspaper. There's actually an office in town. And he says, this was from a few months ago, again, before you all arrived. But take a look at that. And he hands it over to you, to Alarian or whoever wants to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And
25 copper, that's highway robbery.
Exactly. How dare... And it says right on the top, there is a headline which says, salvage crew missing, Karnak angered. And the story, as you kind of skim it, basically says that there was a salvage crew that was sent for a very big job, a huge job. It was a salvage crew that was known as the Grey Dogs. And as he explains it, as Hilar explains it to you, the Grey Dogs are considered one of the best salvage crews that work for multiple different brokers. So usually brokers don't have their own team, although there are some people that they tend to work with more than others. But this is one of the few that most people do freelance. You know, you get Garunda, you know, the one who worked for Bellalur, the goblin that you rescued.
Yeah,
like
Whist.
Freelance, right? And Whist, another example. But this is a situation, the Grey Dogs are a salvage crew that are like kind of like a mercenary group, but they're salvagers only, and they work together as a group. And they were hired by Karnak to go get something. Nobody knows what. They were sent out into the Grey, never came back. That obviously is not surprising, except that the Grey Dogs having this happen to them, because the Grey Dogs have never had a complete group vanishment, is surprising. And the fact that Karnak got real quiet for a couple of months after that before beginning to sort of look into stuff. And so as he relates this story, Hilar says, now I wonder to myself if there's something that he found there, or something that they didn't find there that they were supposed to. And maybe that might give us a clue. If you could track down what they were looking for there in the gray, you might have a sense of what it was that sent them out there. Hell, maybe that's even the place where they started digging this tunnel that ended up back underneath the Colossus. Who knows? But it's a damn sight sure that that's the one bit of information in the last couple of months that didn't seem to go Karnak's way. Maybe this might be a way to figure out why and what she was doing in sending them there.
Interesting.
Dangerous, though. Even if you're able to find out where it is, you're going after something that Karnak wanted. If there is some kind of a leak, Karnak might want to find out about it too.
Well, ironically, we've already had a bit of experience in locating missing salvage teams, and might be able to use that to our advantage.
He nods slowly and he says, I think you all have to move quickly on this. If this is some kind of connection between Karnak, she's got enough money to be able to not only keep her own people in line, but to be able to keep the Town of Salvation pacified long enough that if there is a connection with the Emerald Claw, they could establish a foothold here. Now that may not seem like much, except if the Emerald Claw starts operating on our side of the border, here in Brayland, and Hilar shakes his head. You all know what that means. It starts here. It ends in Sharn with the king. That cannot happen.
Hilar Breslin, you did not see the underground room with the bodies stacked like cordwood that they were no doubt intending to reanimate. And now they reach into his pack and pull out the piece of armor, chunk, and improve to be even more deadly than they already are. Believe me, we know what the consequences are if the claw gets a hold on Salvation.
Hilar sort of looks at the armor and looks increasingly grim. And
it was bolted to a dead man's arm.
I believe there is still bits of his arm on the... Well, you can see them.
And he kind of...
Hilarion sticks his arm back in front of Mia Tanton's hand and face.
It's like a baby with a rattle. Oh,
yes.
He puts
the keys.
Yeah, exactly. So he puts the armor down on the table with kind of a thump. He says, all right, it's got to be done, and that ain't the only thing. I got to report this to Brayland. If the Emerald Claw is involved, they've got to know now. But I can't deal with that and also deal with this, and you've got to be attending to them. So he says, I think I need to go back as fast as I can to Sharn, report what happened, take back any instructions, and get out here. I'd send a message myself, but I don't trust it, especially if there's a leak that causes them to know about you. What I want all of you to do is to go back into the Gray and find out, at least find out before you go, see if you can find out what they were looking for. Check with the other salvagers maybe. See if they can find out, they can tell you what it is that Karnak wanted so much. If you can track them down, then perhaps you'll have some information that will be useful. And in the meantime, I can get better instructions from Brayland.
What about the body?
And he sort of sighs and looks back at it. He says, yeah, that ain't good. The situation you told me about, Nisiana, with the crawling queen, I think it's possible that you picked this body up when it was already midway into transformation. If you hadn't rescued them when you had, you would have had they call it an abomination out here. A twist. One of these things is frightening. In fact, I don't think we'd be having this discussion if this thing had managed to make itself into a full-blown twist. Instead, you managed to lop off the arm, as it were, before the body was formed. That, I don't think, is part of any larger conspiracy, other than the crawling queen is something you don't want to mess with. Then, on the other hand, I didn't see those bodies stacked under the Colossus. Did they look at all like this one? The same kind of...
No. They all looked like they died peacefully. They were covered in embalming fluid as part of some sort of anti-petrification, putrefaction, I think. And I think they were just being prepped to become an army. The scientists said that they were all volunteers. In fact, they dug the tunnel.
Wonderful.
We dealt with those bodies. I just want to make sure this thing isn't infested with something that's going to like eat your face in the middle of the night.
No, I don't think so. It would have eaten my face by now.
Okay.
Still, it's the kind of thing that you need to be on the watch for. If there are any other envoys of the Crawling Queen that are hanging out there in the gray, and if they find out that you were the ones who took those bodies, they might also be interested in getting the drop on you. So you've done quite a name for yourselves so far. You've solved tasks, met a lot of the good people of Salvation are happy with what you're doing, and apparently made a couple of people who don't like what you're doing and have made enemies of you, and also apparently know more about you or as much as I do.
We suspect they know about us. What exactly still remains to be seen. As I said, we are a party that, as you've said yourself, gets things done in town.
That's
Upsets the balance of power. It may be just as simple as certain other power bases don't like that.
It's kind of like why I said we're not exactly subtle. It's not exactly. I have healed people in town as part of becoming friends. That's how they know I'm a healer. It's Illyrian. Well, they stand out.
Who did these two
stands out.
Who did these two people that you found that attacked you? What did they look like?
I will give descriptions.
Okay.
Human and shifter, cat shifter, but not Zardo.
He says, that sounds like Brace, the human. And the other one, Shifter, you said?
A cat one.
Quicksilver. I didn't think Quicksilver was interested in working for that kind of high-level group. Quicksilver coming to town about a year ago said that she was the fastest, most dexterous, most able mercenary you were ever going to find. Even came talking to me, seeing if I might be interested in hiring her. And of course, I got my own hirees. And he kind of smiles at all of you and he says, besides that, though, I wouldn't have trusted Quicksilver. She was always fast, for sure. Just as fast with your money as she was with her own body. And it was quite possible that she was going to zip out of the way and take the money with her when she went. Quicksilver, though, didn't come cheap. And as for Brace, I don't know. Brace used to be you could expect her to do certain tasks, but there was a line she wouldn't cross. This, jumping you in a scrapyard, and he kind of shakes his head and he says, also, I don't know if they were Emerald Claw, but I do know that they were mercenaries. And that means that the Claw somehow has got money here. And that leads us maybe back to Karnak. He kind of rubs his face like,
Karnak is the power with the money. They are mercenaries. They work for coin.
yeah,
It's a simple job.
It all adds up. I'm
It is
tired.
It is circumstantial based on the story that we've put there. We've just got to be sure not to do confirmation bias. I guess maybe we should just go talk to her like we talked to the other dude.
Not quite like we talked to the other man. Not quite.
No, Karnak, for
Nisiana.
one thing, Karnak is not going to stand on ceremony. I think Zodor has a moral code. I don't know what the deal is with Karnak.
Our best way to approach Aurelian Karnak is to give them what they want, or say we can give them what they want. We've already proven we have a reputation for recovering people from the gray. This is just one more job for us. We go to them and offer our services to find the gray dogs.
I think that's not a bad idea. But if Karnak is the one who sent someone to get you, you're walking right into the lion's mouth, you know.
If we assume, it doesn't, they don't smile, but like, if we are to play dumb, I believe you humans call it, and just think that she is not attached to it, or at least act as if she's not attached to it, then perhaps we can find out more information than we give her. It is a calculated risk, but if those gray dogs did not recover what she wanted, she probably wants it pretty bad. And yet there's been no other team sent out after it.
Do we need to speak to her beforehand? Can we not just go and recover it and then
we don't know where it is or what it is. She is the one who has the information. It's simplest to go and ask her for it. We pretend to be what we are right now, a salvage team skilled at recovering other salvage teams. And have her hire us.
I mean, it's not gonna, she's already gonna know that we were in the yard. I guess you could say we were there to prove ourselves. Exactly.
It was her job, we're going to assume. And they actually make the air quotes. Exactly, Nisiana Di Giarasco. It was a test. And we passed.
Oh, we survived, that's for sure.
We were all standing here.
Well, not Yana, and she's gonna love us going back into the gray.
So we're going. Oops, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So we're going to walk to her with 10 ash hounds surrounding her, and knowing that she already was obsessed with taking out Nisiana, our healer.
Again, an assumption.
Yeah, we do not have proof that she gave the order.
No, if she attacks us while we're there, we just have to survive long enough to get out.
With 10 ash hounds?
We can run.
I don't see it. If she does attack you and you're there, as much as I have respect for all of your abilities, I don't see you fighting your way out of 10 ash hounds, plus Karnak herself.
What if we strike a middle ground and we go talk to the other salvagers first to see if they know what the greyhounds were about? I mean, salvagers are salvagers. They probably have an idea of a good score that the greyhounds might have been after.
Grey dogs.
Grey dogs.
Yeah.
Puppies, grey puppies.
Greyhounds on the local football team.
I thought it was a bus. Never mind.
I have already considered that avenue of investigation. However, I am concerned that the more people who know about our mission, the sooner it gets back to her.
But if we go to someone we've already helped, who's in the salvage yard and a salvager, like what's her head? Bellalore, yeah. If we go to her and ask her, I don't think that she would betray us.
That is true. She seems like someone who would be discreet.
At least just try her first. And then if we get nowhere, if we do not find anything out, then fine. We go right up to her, and that sounds like a terrible idea, but if that's her only idea, so be it.
I had considered talking to Zodor Tarav as well. He is the one I think who might be more interested in currying favor with Aurelian Karnak and therefore more willing to sell us out. On the other hand, if the conversation were to progress to the idea of removing Aurelian Karnak's power base, that vacuum would have to be filled by someone.
I don't recommend we go that route.
It is an option, but it is not my first option. However, speak your piece, Nisiana Di Giarasco.
I like talking to the salvager that we trust and seeing what she has to say. We can trust her. I don't actually really think we should go to Zardor right now. Too mercurial. They are as volatile, maybe more volatile than Yana. I mean, that whole scene between the two of them was not great. But Aurelian, we're making a lot of assumptions. We need more.
Right. And at the baseline, from what I can tell, Aurelian Karnak is a business person.
Yes.
We come there offering business. Business they want to have concluded. At the very least, I don't think they'll be attacking us on sight. Again, and they glance at Hilar Brazel, it's a calculated risk, but I think it is one worth taking. However, going to talk to Bellalore, I think, is a good idea first.
Yes, because we're assuming they still want the great dogs. and that they still want that salvage. That's another assumption we're making, and that they haven't just moved on to conquer and power base and all that good stuff.
And to be fair, if she actually does want us out of the way and the gray dogs got killed by whatever was out there, sending us to go do it might get us killed too.
In which case she would have what she wanted, except she didn't get what she wanted acquired from the gray.
Correct.
Yeah.
And most of all, what she's going to want is an acquisition. I think you're right to go talk to this Bellalore. I know her too. Especially now that you've rescued her daughter. I think she's going to be a lot more inclined to listen to you in the short run. Also, I'd feel a lot better about you having that conversation in the middle of the salvage market than going to meet up Karnak directly. And so, he sighs. He said, I'll leave the decision to you, but if it were me, I'd go and talk with Bellalore first. See what she gives you. At least she's not like little Lee wrong.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much in agreement on that one.
Yeah. Good.
Nisiana Di Giarasco, is there any other examination you wish to do on that body?
I look at Hilar and like, is there anything else you want me to know about it? Because what happens next is I cut the body open.
He says, I don't think there's anything else that I was able to determine. I just basically had a little bit of, I had someone check for auras, and I didn't find anything. That suggests to me that it's probably fine. Hold on a second. I think my daughter just showed up and is saying goodnight. Yes?
Okay.
Hilar, we didn't know.
Unsuspected depths.
Fine.
Then
Sorry about
then
that.
I recommend you have the body burned.
All
I
right.
really do.
Valerian nods very deeply at that
I
one.
do not think it should stick around in its current state because you do not know if something could cause it to continue its transformation or morph any flesh that touches it or something.
I'll buy that.
So,
I'll have it burned before I leave.
okay.
And I'm going to leave on the morrow. If you get a chance to talk to Bellalore, I'd do it as fast as you can. And the faster that we get on our respective tasks, the faster we can figure out what's going on here.
Are you going to go by yourself to Sharn, or do you have people that you trust that you'll bring with you?
No, more people I bring, the more attention that I bring to myself. But don't worry, my roots back to Sharn are known by no one other than me. And also, I'm going to let them know ahead of time that I'm en route. Not the people that I'm going with, but I mean the people that I'm going to. I should be fine.
Be careful.
Same. Remember that
I'll
in
see you when you
Salvation,
get back.
fame and infamy is pretty much the same thing. They both get you opportunities, and they both can get you killed. You've done well so far, but watch your back.
And your front. Arrows hurt.
And he gives like a, yeah, they do.
I'm not used to getting hit.
I hate to ask, but is there any chance that you have any extra supplies that you could lend us?
I might. I ought to be able to get you certainly some ammunition and some more rations. I don't think that I have any more healing stuff. That's the problem. I've used up most of them already. I will try to get supplies, though, when I'm back in Sharn, and I can bring them back this way.
Perfect.
Is there
Thank you.
anyone in Salvation that can do healing potions?
Yeah, you might actually be able to buy one from Mother Johanna, if I'm not surprised. If I missed my guess. She
Okay.
should have some that she might be able to provide you. I don't remember what the church costs. Even though you've helped her, she's not going to be able to give it away from free, but you might have enough gold to be able to manage, I think.
Right. Because it's better. I mean, when you need it, you need it.
That's true.
Okay.
And so he stands and he nods and he says, so far so good, King Citadel. Long live the king. And he opens the door and kind of nods to all of you. And
One more thing,
Sure.
Hillard Brazel. Do you happen to know where Bellalore lives?
he says, I believe she's got a place in the southwest of town, but I've only ever seen her in the market, to be honest with you. She feels like she spends every waking and non-waking hour there. She might even have a room at the market now that I think of it.
We'll check there next. All right. Thank you, and swift travel. May the road be smooth for you.
Same. And as you all go by, he puts a hand on your shoulder, Maramé, and he says, "Now talk to you for just a moment."
Of course, I'll join you in a second. I
Okay.
hang back.
So he says to you, Maramé, "I just wanted to double check with you about how Yana's doing. I know she didn't come with you here. You said she was napping. You trust her, Maramé?"
Yeah. I have no reason not to. I think meeting two shifters in quick succession like that, and especially the last one attacked and took her down, I think that impacted her. Why do you... I mean, I don't know her as well as the others, but I have no reason not to trust her.
Well,
Why?
That's what I mean. Not that I don't trust her loyalty, but I'd be worried about her. She's one of the youngest in some ways of you all. Doesn't know as much about that area. She has incredible talents, but I wonder whether her emotion or drive as a shifter is likely to throw her off. He kind of waits.
I think she's still discovering herself and her powers, and I think that's difficult. There's a lot happening, especially. It'd be hard enough without having to take up battle after battle. She just needs a little bit more space, I guess.
Yeah. Well, do me a favor. When you're out there in the field, just see how she's doing. As I say, I don't distrust her loyalty at all. But I will say that there were some back in Brayland that weren't 100% sure about her being added to the King's Citadel. Her background was somewhat different. I was the one who said that her ability, her talent, her drive was what made her right for this group. I don't believe that I'm wrong, but I want you to be my eyes and ears that way. Let me know how she does. Make sure she's all right.
Yeah, of course I'll take care of her. She's one of ours. Is it odd? Is it odd to have so many shifters around here all of a sudden, or?
Yes, and I don't think myself that anything happens by accident. Do you?
No, I don't. Do you have any idea what might be driving it?
And he kind of looks up, and of course you're outside, so he looks over, and even in the darkness, the kind of swirling, massive, the gray almost that you can see out, and he says, "When you're this close to that, I think anything can push it in one direction. Right now it is a neutral force. It's equally risky to everybody. My worry is what happens when someone finds a way to push it in one direction or the other. Not physically, but symbolically, you might say. People who use it and can use it and then leave it without being affected by it. That's my worry."
Okay, well, I'll definitely keep an eye on Yana. She's been keeping her distance from us, but she seems to be getting warmer towards us, which is good. And we'll keep her safe, of course.
All right. You take care of yourself, Maramé. Swift travels to all of you, but safety to everyone. I don't want to lose someone that I've known for as long as I've known you.
Same, my friend. Come back safely, and we'll trade stories when you return.
I look forward to it.
Me too.
And so he goes back in. I will, there's one little interlude moment here that I want to set up. And that is, Yana, in your room at the inn, you have been, of course, napping, and...
Oh, she's not napping. She is literally like blackout sleeping.
Okay.
Like she just is, if there was a hole that she could fall into the middle of the earth in, she would find it and fall into it.
Okay.
She is not in a good place right now.
So as you're in this sort of blackout sleep, you hear in your sleep a voice, and it says, "Shifter."
Yeah, she hears it. She doesn't react much.
Again, this time closer to you. Shifter.
And it's... Is it outside of her?
So it's unclear. It's sort of one of those deals where you're kind of blackout sleeping and then you hear this voice like intruding on your, I guess it would be unconsciousness.
Yeah.
As if to jump out of game for a minute, if you heard an alarm clock, like you might hear the alarm first and then be like, I'm still asleep, right? But then, so it's in that stage where you think you're still asleep, but
it's inside her mind.
Well, you don't know that. You're hearing it. You don't know if it's in your mind. Because you're blackout
in my
sleeping.
sleep, am I allowed to do some kind of roll that might help me determine if it's in my head or outside?
No, not in your sleep, but it might wake you up is my point. Like it's one of those things where, sometimes you can be in a stage where you could basically be like, just continue to ignore it and stay sleeping, or you could actually kind of wake up from it.
She stirs a little bit, but she doesn't... She hears the voice. She's not startled per se, but she knows that it's not a voice she's familiar with.
Right.
And inside of her own mind, she reaches out to Altus and says, Altus, that voice, do you hear it? And would Altus hear it?
Yeah, because Altus can hear everything, right, that Yana could hear theoretically?
Yes.
So yes. And as you say that, Shifter, wake.
I hear it, Yana, but I know not where it comes from. Is it malicious?
Hard to tell. Not clear. It's sibilant and
well, certainly
sort of
yes.
Shifter, wake. It feels very
as the
close.
voice asks, if you do as the voice says, I will be here. But take care, Yana. I do not know its intentions. I understand. And she wakes up slowly.
When you wake up, you are in, of course, the room where you fell asleep, and there are shadows that have fallen from the evening in the corners of the room. The lantern that was left lit is now dim, and even that casts sort of flickering shadows. And then behind your ear, it seems like almost, not quite, but close, you hear, "Welcome to the land of the awake, Shifter."
What do you want?
I have watched you. And now it's coming from a shadow on the other corner of the room. It seems like it. And you strain, to see, presumably, in that area, but you don't see anything right now in the shadows. It is shadowed, so you can't really see inside it per se, but it's nothing seems to be obviously there, but it's clearly that's directionally where it's coming from. And the voice says, "I have watched you, Shifter. You have come across more than one of your kind, and I have watched all of them. All of them, Shifter." And then silence again.
She angles herself towards where the echo is coming from.
Okay.
And she's sort of in a... You know that position that cats normally get in when they're down to the ground and they're looking towards a point and they're half just standing there, but half like ready to kill whatever they're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's doing.
Okay.
But she's trying desperately. No, she's being very careful about how she presents herself that way.
Mm-hmm.
So while she's doing that, she's like 3 points, like 2 feet on the ground, crouched down on the 2 feet and one hand forward, and her other hand is back behind her.
Okay.
Her right hand just like over one of her daggers. She hasn't pulled it out yet, but she's just holding on to it, like,
okay,
like right on the hilt. And then she says this to the shadow. What is it you see?
And there's a pause, and then I see your doubt. 3 shifters now. You and the one who trades with others, and the one who killed from the shadows and was killed. I see 3 shifters now. That is many, many shifters, all drawn to the same place. I watch all 3 and wonder what one of 3 will do.
Words. So many words. So little said. You're just like all the rest. Tell me what you want, or go away.
Will go away, but I will not be far, shifter. When next you go into the gray, I will be there in the shadows, and your doubt will feed me. And with that, assuming that the party was going back to get Yana, although correct me if that's true, assuming that is the case, Yana, the last voice came from a shadow by the door, and as you kind of, leaned forward in the way that you had been describing, suddenly the shadows are banished as the door is opened, and you see...
As that happens, she takes the dagger and she throws it towards...
Actually, we were probably going to see
door.
Bellalore next. So
You weren't going to... Were you going... You go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Because of what Hilar said, I would have.
Yeah, go sooner rather than later. We were going to go see Bellador first.
But because of what Hilar said about Yana when I was leaving, I would have suggested that we just go get her quickly first.
But, okay, so what did...
Okay.
Back up just a second.
Sure.
Did the shadow move towards the door, or did something open the door?
Something from the outside just moved.
Okay, if the shadow moves towards the door, I want to throw the...
No, it's just that the voice was coming from different shadows around the room, and the last voice came from the shadow upon the door. Not that a shadow
I'm throwing
moved.
a dagger at the door.
Okay, Marime, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I got this.
The door's closed, right?
No, she just opened it.
Yeah,
this is before the door. This is before the door moves.
So okay, so you just heard that voice. Okay, that's fine then. So then never mind the dexterity saving throw. So what happens is the dagger goes dunk, and the next thing you see, the door opens and Marime is standing there. And Marime, you see Yana just. You tell me, Yana, what you're looking like.
She walks through the door and Yana literally goes like this.
Are you okay?
Is the window open?
It is. I don't think so. I mean, if you closed it before, it was still closed.
She wouldn't have closed it.
Okay.
So she basically goes out the window and climbs up to any part that's outside of this room. She just immediately books it up like to the roof or to whatever this goes at the top of. She's had enough.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick my head out the window and be like, Hey, Yana, can we talk?
And when she gets up to the top, she just goes, "Doubt me. Doubt me. Shifters. Doubting me. Doubting other shifters. Nobody honest. Nobody true. Everybody having some other agenda. Liars, tricksters, thieves, traitors. Doubt me."
Can I hear her tirade?
Oh, I think you can hear it. She's
Okay,
pretty
probably
pissed.
everybody can. Down in that room.
Yana, I don't know what's happening, and I'm sorry that it is, but do you want to come back in and talk about this, or I can come up and talk about this with you too? I just want to make sure you're okay. We're all concerned.
Is the moon out?
It's probably about an hour after the. Yeah, I mean now I think you can't see it very well, but it's low in the sky. I think is how Jen put it. It's probably right.
She kneels down again and just looks up at the moon and basically just she says this one time out loud. She says, "Altus, help me." And then says it again. This time, "Altus, I will let you help me. I won't rush in again. We will do this together. I'm sorry for not listening before. But I am now. Yana, do not worry. I don't doubt you. I know you are afraid. But I am here. We will deal with this shadow together. But don't abandon those who care about you. Don't ignore your friends. I know how you feel. But they want to help you too. I know. It's just a lot. It's a lot. I know, Yana. And there will be more to come. You must be strong, Yana. And I will be here with you. Together? Yes. You will remember. We will. I promise you. And she takes 3 of the biggest breaths that she's ever taken in her life. And she goes back inside.
Okay, and as you go down, you can see Marime just like ducking out to see like over the top, like to see how you're doing. And then you're able to head back inside to join your companions.
Was the knife still stuck in the door, by the way?
I'm sorry, say again?
Was the knife still stuck in the door?
Yeah.
Okay, so I pull it out and then wait until she gets back in the window to offer her dagger.
She takes it back and she kind of looks at Nisiana and Marime, and not being very good at saying the next word that's about to come out of her mouth, she goes, "Sorry. There was a voice." And she kind of points to the door. It was here, but not here. And she looks back at them as if if that makes sense, but can't really explain beyond that. And she tries to clarify it. She just says, it was around the room before it left. It was at the door right before you came in.
What did the voice say? Can you be comfortable telling us that, or?
It's watching me?
Okay.
I don't know how, but it must be like Altus.
Spirit? Magic.
And she nods. And she sort of, but not good, like Altus.
Great.
Altus is like a part of me. We're together. He's protecting me. But there's more to it than that, and she can't remember what she can't verbalize what the
It's
more
okay.
is. She's just like there's more to it, but
In
it's
your
all
own time.
it's all. And she can't figure out the word, and then it's tumbling images.
From
Darkness.
Altus or the shadow?
No. Altus and I. How we came here together. I don't remember how it happened. I don't remember when. I don't remember why. I just know he's good. And the voice in the room was not good at all. Doubt, it said. Doubting me. Or me doubting myself. I don't understand. Why would I doubt myself? All
You
I've
don't
seen
You don't remember.
is creatures like me doing things I don't understand for reasons I don't know. None of it makes sense.
Are you afraid the voice that you heard is manipulating shifters specifically?
And when you say that, she looks at you and doesn't quite. She kind of looks confused by the concept. She doesn't quite understand.
Well, it's just there's been a lot of shifters, which seems unusual for the area.
Yes. Shifters. They look as shifters do. But they are not shifters like me.
Okay.
The voice would not tell me what it wanted. Only that it was watching me.
Good way to make it paranoid.
I think it may be watching all of us. But specifically, it's watching what I do next.
Then what you did next was tell us.
That's good.
Something. I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I could be clearer, but I don't know.
Thank you for being honest with us. And let's all stick together. We can keep each other safe.
It will be okay. It doesn't seem like it, but it will. Eventually you'll understand. And then we'll deal with the problem.
And the last thing she says is, have I taken the dagger back from you?
That was the first thing I did. I just basically handed it to you, and then you said
All right,
sorry.
So she sort of takes the dagger and she flips it and puts it back, and she looks directly at Nisiana and she says, I won't rush in again.
Good. Because, you know, healing is a limited thing.
Wait. I won't rush in again. Because you are my friends. And I have been acting in a way where I don't trust you. Altas was upset with me. He was right. I'm treating him the same way I am all of you. You are not like my pack, but you are my friends. And I need to start acting like that. I'm sorry I have not. And she steps 2 steps closer to you, specifically Nisiana.
Now I'm
says,
looking up. Because I'm little.
Oh, she gets down to eye level with
Okay,
you.
because I'm like,
And she says, I won't make things more difficult for you.
Nisiana
I'm
puts
sorry.
a hand on her shoulder and says, I believe you, and I trust you. And then she gives you a hug.
And when you hug her, she's kind of a little taken aback by it, but she sort of all of a sudden like melts into it a little bit and accepts what it is, even though she's not used to it.
Yep. Sometimes all you need is a hug. And Nisiana is happy to give it.
And she probably pulls away from it sooner than you would like, but then again, she's let it happen. And she also turns to, how tall are you, Maribay? Are you at the same height?
No, she's way taller.
She's way taller? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
so she
My
gets
size.
like to Maribay, and she initially is going to say something similar, but instead kind of cocks her head to the side and just goes, keep singing. It makes me happy. I like it. Thank you for your songs.
Thank you for listening. Thank you. Without listeners, there is no music.
I think there's a moment where the camera pans back then, and as the group prepares to head off to talk to Bellalore, we see stepping out of his house, locking the door behind him, and sighing, the figure of an orc turning and walking away into the land to the west of Salvation, towards perhaps the city of Sharn. And it is there where we will bring our session to a close. Also, it is the end of the Nightland, and the party has leveled to level 2.
Oh my god, the party is somehow still alive. Holy crap.
Oh my god.
Also, the party is now, everyone who had excess hero points, whatever, everything is all cleared, and everyone will start with 1 hero point at the beginning of the next adventure, and the next component of Oracle of War. And the next component of Oracle of War is called Voice in the Machine. So
Voice in the Machine?
that's it.
Delightful.
Voice in the machine. Very good stuff. Very good stuff from everybody, and we got both a freaking hell of a combat, and then we got some excellent role play on multiple levels. I kind of thought of this in sort of three ways: the combat, obviously, portion of it, the dealing with Hilar, and the four of you dealing with Hilar. That kind of stuff I love. The sort of like chatting with someone about different is it sanctions, which salvage group, there's like 3 salvage brokers and which blah 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 blah. So I love that. And then of course we had the third section, that lovely moment that we just had now with whatever that voice from the shadows was, and Yana. Is nicely done, Rob. And then also the very lovely role play with Marame and Nisiana and Yana there at the end, which was very subtle and I think very nice in its own way. And it reminded me about how different this kind of campaign is from Curse of Strahd, because I feel like a Curse of Strahd ending there is where everyone's just like, well, fine, if we kill Strahd, but like everyone is still like, individually stuck in their own thing. Whereas this one was very much like, we're friends and it's about the group. And that surprised me in a positive way. And that's exactly, of course, what Eberron is designed to set up. So, man, I love this setting. Anyway, very good work from everybody. I'll start, first of all, Rob, I'll start with you. Lovely stuff again with Yana, as I said. And I also, I think what I liked about this in particular was the idea that you're folding, Yana's own journey back into the interaction with Nisiana and Marame, and presumably will also do that. I think you already had that moment with Tantin, but there's more there with the infusion thing, not just because it's helping you with the scimitar, but because you're like, oh, that's cool. And I think the one that remains is Ilarion, who by their nature is somewhat more separate and aloof, but not cold, not removed, but is kind of like in a different sort of reality, so to speak. So Yana will have that moment.
Right.
But I like the idea that Yana's kind of folding things back into the rest of the party as a group kind of component, one way or the other. How did you feel about today's session? Oh, yes, and also you also face death, so there's also that. I don't want to bury the lead.
And unfortunately, I only gained 4 hit points as part of leveling up.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, really? Well,
I made the roll.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
oh, you made the roll. Okay, so you were.
I made the roll because I figured it might as well over here. Yeah, 14 out of 14. I mean, look, there's a couple of things I want to say right off the bat. One, I have to realize I am not a
tank.
Damn it, a damage sponge. It's like I'm a shaman. First of all,
you were. You just went down when you sponged it up.
Well, here's the thing. I wrongly assumed that they would get 1 shot off each, not 2, and that they would not get 2 attacks in, and the fact that 1 attack could almost do my full HP was kind of also not a thing I was expecting.
Right.
I mean, that was
they meant to wipe you all out, obviously. They were very deadly on purpose.
Yeah, that's just that was a lot. I guess I just was not expecting a level 1 fight to be that. So now I know.
You were all fine.
But yeah, we're great. One of the things I will say though is that this night roll wise we are doing really badly.
Well, except for the
really
the
badly.
2 clutch 20s though on the death saves.
Okay, but what side did our rolls mostly fall? I'm not saying the 220s are bad. I'm saying like a vast majority of our rolls have been.
There's my 8, but too late.
So what did you end up with, Larry? I'm sorry, just quickly.
13. And then I rolled a 1.
13.
How does the tank have less health than I do?
On you go, Yana. Sorry.
Oh
Rob.
my god, this is so bad. Anyway, so one of the things I wanted to do tonight, because of the way the combat went, is I think this kind.
Are you guys clicking on?
I'm using the die roller and
clicking
it just,
on roll poorly.
Jesus.
Hey, Nisiana tied up with Ilarion.
Wait, didn't you say if we rolled a 1 we could roll again?
What? I think I said that about the first time. I said that the first level.
And if I roll a 1, I can roll again.
This is not halfling
Marame's
luck.
our tank.
Apparently, since I only have
Bardic tank.
Marame's fine. What? Like Marame's fine.
Marame, did you add your con modifier?
No, thank you. I will add my con modifier, which is
7
plus 2. So I get 8. I'm
So
up to 18.
See, it's fine. Look, Marame's fine.
Lord.
Trendan, you might as well get it out of the way before I continue.
I'll do it when I get to
Okay. All right. You're gonna leave him. You're gonna leave him in suspense. All right. Fine. Fine. Oh goodness. All right. What was I saying? So one of the it started out with me. I was gonna run into this fight and like beat some fools up, but there's also a reality to the way they're doing, the way Yano is doing that, where she kind of took it upon herself to fight these creatures. And she's kind of been doing that since the beginning of the campaign. And Altus has been telling her again and again and again, Yana, you don't have to do this alone. You don't have to do this by yourself. I know you feel afraid. I know you're worried. I know you're scared. I know you're encountering a lot of stuff over and over and over and over again. But listen to reason here.
Yeah.
You have me. Use me. Like, she didn't even use any of her spells that fight because she was convinced she could just run into battle because there's a part of her that just really wants to be, you know, the shifter she thinks she is, and she's afraid. She's kind of afraid of her own shadow right now because there's so much about herself that she doesn't know, that she is just like learning through these new experiences that are just like throwing her for a loop. And I think in hindsight, afterward, what I decided was, well, this should be a learning experience for her. This should be something that, like, look how wrong you were to do it this way. Well, not look how wrong you were to do it this way, but like, this isn't working. You have to try something else.
Yep.
You have to do something different. And there's a lot going on around her, and she can't do this alone. She can't do this without Altus. She can't do this without the party. And she's actually, if she continues to do this, she's not just gonna put herself at risk, she's gonna put the party at risk too. So I'm glad that this happened. I would not have been thrilled if she had gone down permanently. I'm glad she didn't, and I'm glad this is now going to hopefully push her towards finding out why all this has happened, why this, voice is talking to her, and pull her closer to the party, because she doesn't have other shifters she can rely on right now. She's not convinced that they don't exist. She's just realizing that until she finds out what's going on, she needs to rely on those who are willing to rely on her.
Yep.
And so that was fun to play. I have to say, opening up how much she can talk per opening up, because this is more talking than she's ever done in her entire life.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to play that emotion of, when you're just like, there are times when you can speak more passionately the less you're thinking about it. And because so much of it is that she doesn't know how to, or she doesn't think she knows how to process her emotions into thoughts, into words. It's fun when she's having these moments to be able to just let the words come out, because her emotions are driving what she's saying. She knows what she wants to say. She just hasn't been able to say it until this point.
Yeah.
And so it's walking a very careful line with her of, this instinctual creature who knows all these ways to survive, and this human creature, this human person, woman, girl, teenager, like, almost, a young adult who is trying to operate in a world that she completely doesn't understand.
Yep.
But yeah, the power of friendship is
friendship is rare.
Yeah. And also, I think her getting, especially now that they're at level 2, the thing that's very interesting about this is that this coincides really well with leveling up, because now she will get abilities that will bring her closer to Altus, which we will find about next time, which is by design. Some of the best stuff is yet to come between the two of them. And they actually will get closer, both in story and in character design, which is pretty freaking cool.
Cool stuff.
This was fun.
Where will the folks see you next, Rob?
This was fun. This was stressful and exciting and lots of different emotions. This campaign is really cool. I will be here on Twitch. You guys will see me tomorrow on my channel, twitch.tv/DarksideRob, RAHB. I will be playing some Axiom Verge 2 and talking about some Gamescom. I can't believe there was a Gamescom that happened this week. Announcements, as well as some stuff that's happening. I don't know why I'm doing a hula over here on the thing. It's like hula into the. All right. I'll be doing some stuff on my own channel, talking about YouTube videos coming out and other music stuff that I'm working on. And if you want to find out some more about my music, my YouTube videos, my tweets and Instagram posts, you can find all those links on my channel. And you can also find my audiobook work on Audible. You should definitely check out the 2 books that are out now. Russell Zimmerman's Neat and Shaken. They are out now. Please check them out. Please give them a listen. If you like them, please consider leaving a review. Star review is great. Written review is even better. Love you if you do that. And there's more stuff coming soon. And yeah, once again, Arv, amazing stuff. You are a DM amongst DMs of the highest caliber. And this crew is incredible to play with. And I enjoy it thoroughly. They're all fantastic. And Trendane and Light and Passion, thank you for my my wonderful purple galaxy dice here, which are amazing, and I love them.
Good stuff. Thanks, Rob. Good stuff tonight. Jen, Nisiana got the chance to have a couple of things that she had to deal with. First of all,
near-death experience.
Yes, near-death experience. Being directly targeted, which was not something
That's no
Nisiana
fun.
experienced before. Like, this is what tanks deal with. So there was that. And the fact that you were doing this in a position, I'm always fascinated to see what happens when people lose their... the sort of thing that they are best at. Not so that I go out of my way to take it out of the way, but like after you've used up your healing, then you're like, now what do I do? Because, you know, you obviously have other things you can do. The Sacred Flame was a good thing to try, I think, in that combat, and it wasn't, there were some moments where it hit. It wasn't, you know, completely ineffective. But yeah, you were dealing with sort of being targeted directly, and also you got to see you were brought back by your sister. You had to bring back your sister. I mean, there were all kinds of things going. Actually, well, Marimay brought back herself, but the point was both of you were down at a certain point, and it was a dicey thing, you know, in terms of whether the party was going to make it through. And then, of course, you had the moment of dealing with Hilar and, you know, your own views about how that was going to proceed. And then that lovely moment as well, along with Marimay, with Yana at the end there, in terms of sort of figuring out how to manage things there. So there was a good mixture, I feel, of like what Nisiana was involved in. How'd you feel about today, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
This was kind of a roller coaster because one, you know, level 1 healer, 2 heal spells, guidance. I like my Sacred Flame a lot because it's very much like my favorite thing from Emberwind, which was Savoy's Mother Galere, which would automatically do damage. Just wish Sacred Flame would automatically do damage. I found it really interesting. One of the things I've noticed is I'm noticing the different characters' personalities come out. Like John's character, from my perspective, is a lot more almost snarky with someone who is very like him. Like the way he deals with, or they deal with Sheriff, is really interesting to watch because it's kind of like trying to hold them to a higher expectation than everybody else. So that's really interesting to watch. And then the stuff with Yana is just like, this is the Pollyanna, Nisiana's Pollyanna of the group. She is like, it's all gonna be okay. Here, let me give you a hug. We're gonna get through this together because that's the character I have chosen to play and I am sticking to it. And nobody should be targeting the healer, damn it.
That's just wrong. It's bad and you should feel bad. It's just wrong.
So that was kind of fun to play with. And I'm also still of the, well, why don't we just go talk to Erland? It didn't hurt us the last time we would talk to somebody we thought could be an enemy. You know, her optimism is going to hurt somebody someday, but hopefully not soon. And plus, there's enough cynical people around her to kind of temper her. Well, why don't we just, be good? Though the fact that the group is being watched from at least one, possibly two different perspectives or more, is something that she is now going to start looking out for. As she put it, we are not subtle. We are not a subtle group in any way, shape, form, or fashion. But that interested me. And also Tantan manipulating Eberron's arm was something I had not actually noticed or seen before, or if it had, it's just not come up. That is a future plan for me to go talk to Tantan and be like, what are you doing? What's going on? Can I help? And
twist my arm, will you? I just
literally.
Oh. I can fix it. It's all right.
And let's see. I will be on the internet. That's dumb. I will be on Twitter and Facebook under Jennifer Brozak and Instagram under Jennifer_Brozak. My latest book is Crimson Knight, and it is currently getting some pretty decent reviews, which makes me very happy. It is the end of a trilogy. So if you have read the other two books in the Rogue Academy series, I would love reviews. If you have not, the first book is on sale for $2.99 now. At least that's the last thing I heard. Otherwise, I will be around editing and writing and on Twitter and posting cat pictures and here in a couple of weeks. Oh, and if you guys are going to Gen Con, I will actually be in person at Gen Con in a mask and socially distanced.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be signing books and having very few meetings and not going out to eat. So don't bother asking to take me to coffee because I will say thank you, but no. So, but I will talk to you happily and sign your books. So if you're going to Gen Con or Origins, I am currently scheduled for both in September. I would love to see you there and to say hello, especially if you watch us on Twitch, because this is an interesting endeavor for me. So thank you.
That's good stuff, Jen. Thank you. Also, John, great stuff as usual from Alarian. And yeah, Alarian had, first of all, in the combat, was sort of watching what was happening as people were like, charge in, go. I love the visual of you and Tantan going in opposite directions, trying to like move in towards cover. And of course, again, that was also part of it, right? Is that you started across the battlefield. And this is another reason where you're like, I've really got to get more ranged stuff and everything. And so there was that. And I was loving this sort of letting Tantan look at your arm thing was very funny. And then, of course, you had this sort of serious question of kind of immediately processing, okay, someone is trying to set something up. Someone is, clearly intending us to do this. We have to figure out what's going on. There's this salvage broker who could be a problem. Like, what do we, and so you could kind of see the wheels turning in different ways. And I agree that the interaction, certainly with Sheriff, which was more acidic in Tantan's part and more kind of coldly logical, I guess, in Alarian's part, was interesting, in part because Sheriff seems to be constantly in a no-win situation, because Sheriff is not actually, at least it doesn't seem like, Sheriff is corrupt. It's an issue of whether Sheriff has the, wherewithal and the will to track this stuff down in time, basically. So Alarian got a chance to kind of see that played out. So it was interesting for me to see Alarian kind of playing out in their mind how they were going to manage things. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the folks find you next?
Well, Jen has more the right of it. Alarian is snarky as they get with Sheriff, because so far all they've seen is that Sheriff seems relatively useless and poorly executing the job they're supposed to be doing for the town. So yeah, there is a little bit of holding his own to a higher standard, who right now seems to be absolutely failing according to Alarian. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. This was a lot of fun, except for my die roll, but it's an average of 6. I rolled maximum. Well, we got maximum the first time, but I rolled maximum anyways in the first level. So it's no big deal. And I have my Aegis armor got a whole 1 more point, so I guess I got that to play with too. I mean, actually, I get other things at second level, so it starts. I finally get my Aegis dice, which will be really cool for next session. And I get to pick my 2 powers too. And I got to figure out what those are going to be because given the combat and everything that's happened in this one, I don't know. I had them all set. Now I got to retool and rethink of how I'm going to do this. This was great. It was very fun. I'll have the conversations with some characters next session because I want to talk to them about other people, and that's fine. This was very good and an interesting ending to this particular, I guess, adventure or module, whatever you want to call it. This part.
Yep.
I thought we were actually going to go face the big bad and either get a job or get killed one last time. So it's interesting the way that the next chapter is going to start. So fascinating as always, and great RP from everyone. And it was a lot of fun as always. You can see things that I put into motion all over the web. So lots of books, lots of audiobooks, other stuff. I don't have a lot out. I don't have hardly any out. But at the end of next month, there's going to be Origins, and the Origins anthology is going to be out there with work by Jen Brozick and Marie and a lot of other great writers, including Maurice Broadus, our author guest of honor there. Mr. Wilson will be there, holding on the fort. I'm not unfortunately making any convention stops this year, so I will not be making any public appearances. I'll be holding the fort down here in Green Bay. So thanks everybody. This has been great. Look forward to the next chapter with the crew. So it should be a lot of fun.
One point of information. I believe you mean Dr. Wilson, not Mr.
I call him Mr. because he's a writer for me. But you're right. Technically, it's true. It's Doctor.
It's technically. John should know since John helped recommend me for a promotion.
But I don't stand on ceremony.
Back
damn
in
it.
the day. But I appreciate the correction trend with this thing. I was expecting actually Larry to give me the whole Dr. Gregory Andrew Wilson of the House, blah 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 blah. That's.
Didn't know your middle name, and now I do. So there's perfect.
The most exciting name, Gregory Andrew Wilson. In case you wanted an even more ordinary name, how about Andrew?
Doctor or Professor? I believe I've earned it.
Oh, that's right. I know I've earned it. That's the best follow-up line. But anyway, thank you, John. Always a pleasure. And also a pleasure to have, as always, Marie with us. Merime, I thought, really had a couple of really awesome aspects of this. First of all, of course, Merime, those dissonant whispers were important at the times they happened. Obviously, Merime also went down, although you had that clutch 20, return to life thing. So the combat was interesting, but then also you had things to think about regarding the interaction with Yana, also the interaction with Hilar, who of course was your direct contact initially. And so there was that to consider. And as it happened, the Yana stuff happened right after you just had this discussion. So it was like this stuff was on your mind. And that I thought was interesting. I think also, like Nisiana, you can correct me if I'm wrong, you also have a similar, Mermaid has a similar vision in terms of, maybe we could work things out if we talk to, that's fine, but not along the same axis. It's almost like we can persuade, and I know the ability to do this. And also, if we fight our way out of things, we may all end up dead again, maybe. Whereas, persuasion is something with which you might be at least initially more comfortable. So it's not so much the Pollyanna thing that Jen mentioned with Nisiana. It's something else that's driving Merime. And yet, the two sisters here are connected in the way they see it. So I don't know. I thought those dynamics were really interesting. And again, lovely moments with Yana there at the end. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the folks find you in the future on the internet?
I quite liked it, and everything that you mentioned today definitely was on our mind. And I think Merime was very much affected by the fact that they targeted her sister in the first battle, and then it was made clear to her that she was targeted, which is why she didn't want to go to even try to negotiate with somebody who might have ordered this hit.
Yeah.
On her sister. So it's like, no, this is a terrible idea. I will risk other things. I will not risk this. This is a bridge too far. If it comes to that, it comes to that. But she will have backup plans. Among backup plans. So she did not like that. Which is why she was very much like, no, we're not going there.
Yeah.
It's bad. With the ash puppies. And the interaction.
The ash dogs. Or whatever it was. No, it was the greyhounds, right? It was the greyhounds and the ash dogs.
I'm everywhere. And I enjoyed the interaction with Yana at the end too, and I like that the two sisters got to work together on that, and that I like the fact that Yana was more willing to lean into the group as well. That was nice, because it could easily have been one of those things that would keep splitting away, but it's nice to work together.
Yep.
It still may take time.
That's fair.
But she's gonna try.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's not gonna.
That's
I mean,
okay. I will hug you again.
I will
I
hug
will
you a second
sing.
time.
I will make songs that you will
I'm a
love.
little annoyed when Arv ended it because I was going to actually say, and the last thing she does is she starts singing one of Merime's songs before you ended the things up, but that she would have done that anyway.
Well,
We're singing.
Yeah,
I don't mind the idea of her singing over the picture of Hilar walking into the. I mean, that's pretty clutch.
Because she does. Because singing, she can sing.
Yeah.
So I was trying to bring that up earlier in the campaign, but it kept getting falling. Like
fair.
she's not just gonna break out into song. She's not a musical theater shifter like I am.
Yeah.
But
who is that?
you know, it's so. She's not a Jellicle cat. Anyway.
Where will folks see you next time, Marie?
So I will be, as mentioned, I will be at Origins, but I will be there virtually because I cannot cross the border, nor would I necessarily. Although I would love to see all the fine folk. And you can find me online at mariebilodeau.com and Facebook, Twitter, Marie Bilodeau, and Glitterbomb Bilodeau on Instagram. I also have something that I've been hinting at for the last few games, something epic fantasy related, and I finally did announce it. I am re-releasing, after getting the rights back, much to my joy, to my first trilogy, The Heirs of a Broken Land. I am re-releasing them out. New covers, new edit, new love. And this is very, for anyone who's followed the entire debacle online, this is very special to me. So I hope that you will enjoy. I'll put the link in the chat, and I hope that you will enjoy, support, give a read. I built it as like three typical female roles in fantasy, so the princess, the warrior, the sorceress, and then all the three female characters basically work together throughout the length of 3 books, whether they want to or not. Things go terribly wrong, and I'm very proud of this trilogy, and I hope that you will enjoy it along with me. That's out. It's coming out and starting in October, and all 3 are written, so you're not going to be left over with the giant cliffhanger at the end of book 2 that got me 8 Mel when it first came out like 11 years ago.
Why isn't this more? Also, I'm solid covers too, by the way, Marie.
Thank you.
But yeah, and Marie, of course, is very solid writer and very wonderful storyteller, as you can all tell from watching her on these campaigns. So thank you, Marie. Great pleasure, and we will see you soon via Origins Reasons, and also, of course, on here. And last but certainly not least, Tren, I will again start by thanking you and Light and Passion for making this awesome thing with the dice happen. That is so slick. Super, just super cool. And beyond that, as far as during the campaign was concerned today, I thought, Tantin obviously had a lot of stuff. Like, you actually started things out. I love that freaking visual of just the found you, whispering to the bolt and shooting it. I was like, hell yeah. Like, give me.
Glad that worked.
Oh, man, give me more.
Really
Yeah, because if you missed it, that would have sucked. Like, found
Yeah.
what, the stone? But no, but you hit them. And it was important because it was not easy to hit those two, as you all noticed. And it was like, this was set up to be very difficult, but I think you managed that well. The other thing is that having, I love the stuff with the arm with Alarian. That was great, and I love.
By the way, guys, there is actually a reason he's not just doing it for grins. He's got a job to do for me.
I mean,
and
I
he's
know that,
executing
but,
it. Yeah, so everyone seems to have forgotten that for some reason.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's not that. But it's a great visual regardless.
Yes, it is.
And so I love that, and I also thought that it was interesting. Your reaction to sort of Sheriff, which I think is along the same lines as sort of Valerian's reaction, which was just kind of like a, always arriving just in the nick of not time,
Right.
to be able to help, which I think is interesting. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how else Tantin does or doesn't deal with somebody like Sheriff, who again, is not corrupt, but maybe sort of frustratingly slow in how they do things and whatever. I'm going to be interested to see how Tantin's relationship with creatures like Warforged and constructs, and even things like, that may somewhat, hew the line to machines, how that may play into things or not. But in any case, I'm excited to see that develop over time, and it was fun watching that kind of play out. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next? And how about those hit points? Those are my questions.
All right, well, I'll roll those first. Dink. 6.
6. All right. So 16. So it looks like Alarian
We found
has
our
the
tank.
lowest. So that's great. That's just I'm the Aegis, damn it.
It's 19. With
It's
the
19
armor,
when you
thank
count.
very
Yeah,
much.
exactly. You do just
But-
barely stay ahead of them. So no, 16 out of 16. That's perfectly
Jeez.
reasonable. Otherwise, how'd you feel about today, Drew?
Yeah, very much the thing with Sheriff. It seems like every one of my characters finds some NPC that they're just like, oh, fuck you. They just don't like them at all. For Fifely, it was, the elf in the Lord's Council. It's just somebody, he's like, you are utterly useless.
Leosin, right?
You are standing. Leosin. Oh, God.
That other guy. No,
Leosin-
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
The elf lord.
Yes.
Dude on
The elf. Oh, yeah. Literally the elf lord. Yeah.
Yeah.
The elven king.
And for Weller, it was probably somebody. I'm sure it was somebody.
Elf guy who freaked you out. What's his name? Cath.
Capsaicin. No.
Yes.
Cassowary.
Yeah, Casimir.
Casimir. Yes. God, you freaking hated him.
Yeah.
Which was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't stand the guy.
Oh, he threatened to expose.
That's why it was less about what Casimir was and what he could do.
Right.
That was the issue, right?
It was just, no, you are not going to tell people my secrets without my consent. Fuck you, I'm out. So anyway, and then with back to Fifely, but and then this, it's starting to lean towards Sheriff pretty heavily, especially given Tanton's knowledge of Warforged and how they work.
Yeah.
So, and the fact that it's clear to Tanton that Sheriff is malfunctioning in some way, and Tanton has offered to help, try to rectify that, and Sheriff is like, no, I'm fine.
What do you mean?
No, you're not, kind of thing. And it's like, if you are going to willfully refuse assistance from someone to help you overcome, this goes for me too. It's just like, all right. I offered to help you. You flatly refused. And because of that, you continue to screw shit up. That's it. Nope. I'm done. Possibly a shortcoming for me, but whatever. Anyway, there was something else I'm going to mention that next time we play. As for where people can see me or hear me or whatever, it'll be back here, I believe, on Tuesday.
Adventures of Middle-earth.
For more of that thing that he said, where we're going to be doing something.
You're venturing out to try to track down this lost dwarven scholar, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, that guy.
Yep.
But anyway, so there's that. Not hopefully, this weekend, by Monday morning, I will finish the book that I'm supposed to finish by Tuesday, and no, that's not true. It's supposed to be done last month. But anyway,
you got this.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's not going to take me that long to record it. And then edit and then all the other. Anyway, whatever. And then I am now halfway through the period that I had set to do the next book. So I've got a month to do that one and then turn it in. But then I got 4 months to kick back and relax. No, that's not true. I mean, I do have 4 months, but there's another book I have to get finished during that time. It's going to be craziness and everything.
And there's the book I'm writing.
And then there's the book you're writing. And then there's Chrono Wolf's novel that he wants me to do.
Oh, he wants you to do that one.
Yeah. And then there's that other guy. What the hell is his name?
Yeah, some guys.
Got a book you want you to do it when
Anderson. Is that his name?
Yeah, Dr. Anderson, surely.
Yes.
Anderson Cooper wants you to do his book.
Oh, he is so cute. I love him so much. Anyway,
no.
And then I've been asked by, was it Escape Pod? No, it was, I think it was Pseudopod, to narrate another short story for them, and they want it by the end of October, and it's gonna be like a day to do that one, but that'll be coming out sometime in October, I think. That one's gonna be so much fun. Oh, because I get to do country accents for that one. It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna love it. Oh, and then gigantic cat sitting there just loafing. Biscuits. It's the loaf and the biscuit need, and it's all bad bread. That was the other thing I wanted to say. One of the things that I'm not sure is going to come up from Tantric, because there's been several moments where he was probably going to say it, but he was, jingle keys, dialing in on, because his perception is awful. His wisdom is like a 10. He's got a 0 bonus for anything. His perception sucks. So for Nisiana to say, "Oh, we're going to be watching from all," no, he's not. He is going to miss everything.
You all can be watching from all corners, but
he is just going to be like, it's going to be awful. But there was a point where he was going to, before we got back to the inn, which I would note the whole thing about saying that, this person is targeting her and kill her if we go talk to him. They're staying in the same inn we are.
I know
if they're gonna kill her, they could just do it anytime they wanted. Anyway, something that occurred to me, I guess probably 2 or 3 sessions ago, is that every time we get a mission to go out into the gray, Yana is like, "Can we go now? Can we go and get this thing?" And then when we're out there, she's like, "Can we go home now?" And I'm like, she's a fucking cat. When she's in, she wants to be out, and when she's out, she wants to be back in.
You picked up on it. Okay, good.
Right. So
she literally is part cat.
Yeah. We're gonna find her sleeping on top of something.
Asking you to can we bring in a box and just so I can go to the bathroom in here? Can we just do that?
That's what we should have done today. We should have just made a box real quick and put it down, and the other Swiss Strider would have been like, "Ooh." And just gone and sat down. We could have just
just created a laser illusion over there, and they're like,
a little bit of catnip, throw it out there.
Not wrong. Not wrong at all.
I wonder if there's catnip.
Oh my god.
Anyway, right. So now Tanton really wants to find out if that would actually work. Anyway, yeah, I think that's me. I don't think there's anything else. I guess that throws it back to you, Dr. Fesser.
It does. This was lovely. I really, really enjoyed it. I've been having a wonderful time with it, and I'm so glad that everyone got through harrowing aspects of the Nightland. Yeah, because that would have really undercut a lot of the rest of it. I've been like, well, that was a great campaign. No, Voice in the Machine is going to be up next, and you will not want to miss it because a lot is already being set in motion that is going to underpin what this party does going forward, but you can only do it if you have wonderful players, which is what I am most blessed and fortunate to have. So, chat, can we get some love for our wonderful players, Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. Wonderful to see all of you again. Thank
we
you,
survived,
players.
Holy crap.
You survived, you made it. And
don't jinx it.
And I will see you folks in various capacities, but with this campaign, I will see you folks next month. Bye for now.
Toodles.
Everybody.
Bye.
And that, folks, is going to do it for them for this evening. And yeah, what an awesome session. That combat was very intense. I expected it was going to be. One of the things I liked about it was it's just 2 people. Right? I mean, it's just 2 people. This is not like a horde of people, and they were not giants. This is not some kind of mega ogre mage type of, it was not some kind of mega things that they were fighting. What made it work, what made the combat difficult, was positioning and tactics. They knew exactly who they wanted to go after first. They knew how they wanted to do it. They knew in what circumstances they did, and they set it up such that they were behind cover a distance away so that they were able to just rain arrows down on them, and they were attacking twice around. And that meant it got pretty hairy, and chat actually had a lot to do with keeping them alive with the inspirations and everything else that you folks were able to use. So good work out of chat. But also, it was just really fun to watch them as they kind of played this out and to just be like, I don't know whether this is all going to work. And I had a feeling, I did not actually think that we were going to get a TPK. I believed that they were going to make it through, but I thought there was a chance. I thought maybe like a 15% chance, 10% chance, 15% chance that someone was not going to make it. I thought that was possible, but I thought it was more likely the party was going to all survive, and I thought it was very likely that they were all going to survive because there's too many of them comparatively. Sheriff might actually show up at some point this century. So, I thought that there was enough going there that they'd be able to manage it, but it was real close at times. It felt like it was really close anyway, and so it was interesting to see how that manages. Yes, is this a dimensional prequel to Esper Genesis? Well, it's obviously it's not in the same world, of course, but one of the things that I want to reiterate is, the feel of these campaigns really is very different. The AIME campaign feels quite different from the Esper Genesis feels quite different from the D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh feel / also the Talisman Adventures, because it's largely the same group, which feels very different in turn from this group. And Eberron really emphasizes the group. It does a little bit emphasize king and country in certain ways, and it emphasizes aspects of political intrigue, and there's cults going on, and there's other stuff, and there's an element of sort of uncertainty and doubt, but it doesn't lead to the same kind of individualist paranoia where a lot of Curse of Strahd was having the individual characters overcome their own desires to do whatever they wanted to do individually and work together as a group. Here, that whole thing changes much earlier. It's not that Yana is now, everything's great, they'll still have to work and figure each other out and all that sort of thing, but there is much more of an emphasis on the group, the pack, in some ways. Oh, the Ellerverse? I like it, the Ellerverse. The Grey Shade launch may do a little bit of that, so we'll see. They didn't. And it's good you didn't have to use it up because you've still got Adventures of Middle-earth and Ghosts of Saltmarsh coming. So who knows? I mean, the Ghosts of Saltmarsh people might need some help for real because they almost got taken down by some weasels and snakes the other day. But anyway, this was great. And Voices in the Machine is going to be coming up next. Voice in the Machine, and that's going to be really cool as we move into part 2. And again, as a reminder, it's a 20-part, believe it or not, campaign. And there are 4 parts, basically, to each arc, roughly speaking. Sort of mini arc within the larger mega arc of the campaign. And so this is going to lead us to the second part of that first mini arc, which is basically what we're calling a season. So at the end of that 4th part of the mini arc, that will be the end of season 1, and then we'll move into season 2. And so that's how that's all going to go down. So, but I'm really excited that the players are working so well together, and I am excited for that to continue. But that is going to do it for me for today. I want to thank everyone for having been here. Quick reminder about schedule. We will not be on here on Sunday or Monday. We'll be back on Tuesday with Adventures in Middle-earth, and then with D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. On Wednesday, as a reminder, Wednesday is September 1st. Wednesday, we will be off, and the channel is going to be dark, basically. We are going to be supporting what is being called the Twitch boycott, but honestly, it's a event to sort of bring attention to a major issue. And I want to note, by the way, that I was watching a guy named Epos Vox, who is also known as the Stream Professor on YouTube, has a pretty big YouTube channel that does a lot of tech reviews and stuff like that and streaming stuff. But he went out of his way to basically say that the boycott as such has already worked because it's already brought Twitch to the table and it's already brought people here to talk to Twitch. And all of that stuff has made a big difference in moving things forward. That doesn't mean that everything is solved. It doesn't mean everything is fixed. It doesn't even mean that, we know for sure that Twitch couldn't just back up tomorrow and be like, oh yeah, we didn't say that. They could theoretically do any of those things, but it's just not, it's not the kind of thing where nothing has been done. So this is a part. Exactly, Rock God. This is a part of what matters here, and Triffid is exactly right. It's about following through, and that's why we do this thing on Wednesday, because that is part 1 of what has to be a longer follow through. So I would encourage you not only to not be on the channel, but to not be. The issue is hate raiding, Marinda. There have been multiple hate raids and attacks, direct messages, threats, doxing of a lot of marginalized community streamers. It has affected directly colleagues of mine, people who stream on other channels and things like that, whom I know, who have had to stop because there have not been safety tools put in place, adequate safety tools put in place by Twitch. They have a set of real, clear suggestions as to how Twitch could do this, which is not difficult to implement technically. You can go look up their stuff and find it, but it is not difficult. I've looked into it myself. Would not be difficult for Twitch to do. Twitch just needs to be given the incentive and motivation to go out and do it. Amazon has plenty of money to be able to support doing this. And so it's important, and it's stuff that I have seen directly happen to other people. It could happen to anyone. It could happen to us. I'm glad it hasn't, but it could easily happen to us too. So the point is, my mods and I have already discussed methods that we would put in place, but there need to be better safety tools. And so this is something which is bringing attention to it because it affects all of us. And it is not something that anyone, especially Twitch that provides the platform, can just be like, oh, not our problem. No, it is your problem. It is their problem too. So that means that what I want to ask everyone to do is to consider, I will not be live on Wednesday. The Shadow Crew is not going to be live on Wednesday. And I would encourage people not even to watch Twitch on Wednesday. I would encourage you instead to go on social media if you are on those things, and to basically tell people, on social media using the hashtags, hey, by the way, it happened on Modern Poets this morning. Oh, it sucks. I didn't hear that one, but yeah. So I would encourage everyone to go on social media and basically, amplify it, right? And talk about especially amplifying the voice of the marginalized creators, people of color, gay, lesbian, bisexual, gay, straight, non-binary, ace, aro, the disabled streamers. There's a disabled streamers community, which has quite a presence on Twitch. All of these communities, which are marginalized communities, amplifying their voice as much as you can by retweeting, by pointing people to what they have to say about this is really significant and important, but mostly not giving attention to what's happening here on Twitch for just Wednesday. It's not a global boycott. The idea is not that it's going to hurt their bottom line or whatever nonsense people say, oh, it'll never work because it won't. That's not what we're doing it for. It's already worked because it is bringing attention to an issue which Twitch can handle if they choose to. And so this is important. Oh, hey, no problem. That's okay, Prince Justin. I hope the D&D stuff was fine. You missed a fun session with us. It was good times. But that is really critical for us. And so we are supporting it too. So Thursday, you can feel free to come right back on Twitch and watch whatever you want. Friday, we'll be back here with something. I'm going to set up that schedule over the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and all that kind of good stuff. But step one, the springboard for this, which has already borne fruit through Twitch actually stepping forward. Now we have to make sure they follow through. And step one to doing that is keeping this happening on Wednesday. So Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, or tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, feel free to do whatever you want, and we'll be streaming on Tuesday. Wednesday will be dark, and then Thursday we will be back, and not on this channel, but Thursday and Friday we can go back to Twitch, and Friday I'll be back with more stuff on this channel. So that's the idea with the schedule. As far as if you enjoyed tonight, and I hope you did, if so, I hope you will support us by checking out, first of all, following the channel, checking out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please subscribe to me over there. That is much appreciated. Arv, so that's Arv Cord, right? ArvTube, yeah, YouTube. I was like, what am I talking about? ArvTube. And then the Discord channel, of course, is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !ArvTweets is my Twitter. Please follow me over there, and you can find information about what I was just talking about and other such things. And, of course, the website for this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is the merchandise area where you can get stuff from the Infinity and Beyond crew that you just saw, Adventures of Middle-earth crew, which you're going to see on Tuesday, and Esper Genesis stuff soon to come as well. And then we've got the Arv Treon, which is the Patreon sitting right there. Thank you to our new Patreon supporter that we had. That really is the financial backbone of the channel. So any support people can give there is much appreciated. Gives you inspirations to help the players. As you saw tonight, the players definitely needed it. And also allows you to get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel as well. So please consider supporting us there. And of course, the subbing to the channel allows you to get those custom sub badges. We've got new ones of those on the way, plus custom emotes. And again, you can get inspiration to help the players there also. What's up, Burner? Arv is the best. Oh, thank you. And last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library for Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And both Athos and Alligator Alley will be involved with my Greyshade Kickstarter, as well as Trendane, talking about the audiobook version of Greyshade. And that is the Greyshade book is going to be coming out soon. The Greyshade Kickstarter will be happening, but that'll be a little bit delayed. So hang in there, and I will be giving more information about that. There are some exciting possibilities, but I need to make sure all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed before I do that, because that's going to be a very important Kickstarter for me. And last but certainly not least, of course, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, compassion. Very important to reach out to others when they need help and to reach out to others when you need help as well. Now, with that said, we are going to do a raid today because we had a pretty solid turnout. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanets have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanets have landed, followed by Twitch raid. You've got Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, all of the Arvanys, Arvany What, all of those Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to be raiding. And while I am on the subject of places that we are going to be raiding, let me take a look and see what we've got. Who have I got right now? Who will it be? Gotta know who I'm raiding. That will be seen. I know that it's there, and I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna go right here. Okay. I know who it is. I know who I want to raid today. All right. I know who it's going to be. So stick around, please, and do that raid. I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. I'm going to slide over here so I can actually see what I'm looking at. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Backburner. Thank you so much to the best mods in the business. Thank you as well to my subscribers and Patreon supporters. Thank you to Arudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Triffid. Thank you to Darkside Rob, Echo Alphx5, Nonstop, Crit Twitch, Light and Passion. I'll come back to Light in a minute. Live Suing, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Thordax Mommy, and Trendane. And again, special thanks to Trendane and to Thordax Mommy. Sorry, not to Thordax Mommy. Thanks to Thordax Mommy for being awesome. But thanks to Trendane and to Light and Passion for these awesome, amazing dice. These are super cool. Like, honestly, one of the coolest things that I've gotten as far as like a fan-based thing. So thank you so much. That was really cool, Light and Passion. And thank you, Trendane, for making it possible. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Alex, to Aradox, Black Fury. Thank you to Boovit. Thank you to Divinorium, the Fisklax. Thank you to Galadriel who's totally not a bot. Thank you to Gigafrost, Harlequin, JLC. Thank you to Manning Wilkins. Thank you to Marinda. Thank you to Omega Jep. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda. Thank you to Roni Rosenthal. Thank you to Selin, Stan Kubrick. Thank you to, I think I said Prince Justin. I called him up before, so thank you. Thank you to Rono Rosal, Salah. Thank you to Stan Kubrick, Sweetie Gonzalez, Timeos, Hugh Christensen, V&K Wenchkin, and XO Kodo. Thank you all so much, and a special thanks to my players today. Thank you to Trendane. Thank you to Jennifer Brozek, to Marie Bilodeau, to John Helfers, and of course to Darkside Rob. Thank you everybody for being here, and please stick around for the raid, and much love. I will see all of you folks in a couple of days on Tuesday. Until then, for the last stream of August in the summer. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Bye for now.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Braelen's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.